Welcome to the Nightmare Vault. Before you settle down, say hello in the comments, and if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Let's begin. Do you know what it feels like to realize you've helped hurt someone, or worse, with a mouse click? To discover that your vote in what you thought was just an internet game actually determined whether a real person lived or died? I've never shared this with anyone before. My closest friends would probably think I'm making it up for attention, and the thought of explaining it to a professional feels impossible. I'm a cybersecurity student at a university in Manchester. Nothing special about my background really. Grew up in Sheffield with fairly normal parents, did well enough in school, always had an interest in computers. I built my first PC at 14 and taught myself basic coding by 16. That interest eventually led me to my current degree program, where I've been specializing in network security. This all happened about 7 months ago during winter break. I was alone in my student flat since my roommates had all gone home for the holidays. I'd stayed behind to work on a research project about privacy technologies and their applications. The irony of that isn't lost on me now. Part of my research involved examining how privacy-focused browsers actually worked in practice. I'd been reading academic papers about Tor and similar technologies, but I wanted hands-on experience. So one evening, after several hours of legitimate research, I decided to install the Tor browser and explore the dark web firsthand. I'd like to emphasize that I went in with academic intentions. I wasn't looking for anything illegal. I just wanted to understand the architecture and user experience of these hidden networks. The first few hours were honestly pretty boring. Most of the sites I found through directory listings were either defunct, incredibly slow, or just text-based forums discussing privacy topics or cryptocurrency. Around 2 a.m., I stumbled across what appeared to be a chat platform, something similar to IRC, but with a more modern interface. The landing page described it as a place for free and anonymous discussion without censorship or tracking. That aligned with my research interests, so I created a temporary username and joined. There were various channels dedicated to different topics: technology, philosophy, politics, the usual internet discussion fare. I browsed through a few of them, mostly observing rather than participating. Most conversations seemed fairly innocuous, if sometimes politically extreme or conspiratorial. Nothing particularly shocking. Then I noticed a channel simply labeled Decisions. It had significantly more users than the others, over 200 people online compared to maybe 20 to 30 in the other channels. Curious, I clicked on it. The channel had a pinned description explaining that it was a place where users collectively made decisions about real-world events. At first, I assumed it was some kind of prediction market or betting pool on news events or sports outcomes. The conversation seemed to be centered around an upcoming session, scheduled to begin in about 15 minutes. As I scrolled through the recent messages, I noticed users discussing previous sessions and debating strategies. Some mentioned effectiveness ratings and impact scores. The terminology was vague enough that I couldn't immediately determine what they were talking about, but specific enough to suggest this was a regular, organized activity. A notification appeared at the top of the channel announcing that registration for the upcoming session was now open. Without really thinking about it, I clicked the registration button, assuming this would give me more information about what exactly these sessions entailed. A new window opened asking me to verify my participation and accept the channel rules, which mainly emphasized anonymity and prohibited recording. I accepted, still thinking this was some kind of prediction game or political forecasting exercise. Once registered, I was given access to a separate sub-channel where about 50 users were waiting. A countdown timer showed 11 minutes until the session would begin. Users were discussing their previous participation records and speculating about what options would be presented this time. I tried asking what exactly we were voting on, but my message was quickly buried in the fast-moving chat. As the timer approached 0, the channel moderator posted a series of instructions. The format would be a live video feed with multiple choice options. Each registered participant would have 30 seconds to vote on each decision point, with the majority choice being implemented immediately. Participants were required to vote on all decision points, or would be banned from future sessions. Still unclear about what I'd gotten myself into, but becoming increasingly uneasy, I considered leaving. But something the moderator posted made me hesitate. Anyone disconnecting during an active session would be automatically flagged in the system and potentially tracked. I told myself that was probably just a scare tactic to maintain audience numbers, but I wasn't entirely sure. My research had shown that while Tor provided strong anonymity, it wasn't completely infallible, especially against sophisticated targeting. The timer hit 0, and a video feed appeared above the chat window. The footage showed what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person tied to a chair, head covered with some kind of bag. Standing beside them was a figure in dark clothing, wearing what looked like a featureless white mask. My first thought was that this must be some kind of role-playing scenario or horror game stream. The production seemed too theatrical to be real. The masked figure, the dramatic setting. I'd heard about extreme online role-playing games where actors would create disturbing scenarios for audience interaction. That had to be what this was. A text overlay appeared on the stream presenting the first decision. Method of revelation, with 4 options listed below: remove hood, keep covered, partial reveal, or audience choice. A 30-second countdown began. The chat immediately filled with arguments for each option, with most users advocating for either remove hood or partial reveal. Still telling myself this was just an elaborate game, I voted for remove hood, reasoning that seeing the person's face would likely confirm this was an actor in a simulated scenario. My option won with 64% of the vote. The masked figure immediately removed the bag, revealing a man who appeared to be in his 30s. His mouth was taped shut, but his eyes were wide with unmistakable terror. He looked directly into the camera, and something about his expression made my stomach drop. This didn't look like acting. The fear seemed too raw, too primal. The second decision appeared. Initial approach, with options for different types of interaction with the captive. I didn't vote this time, hoping to disconnect without participating further. A warning message immediately appeared on my screen, stating that failure to vote would result in IP logging and potential identification. Panicking, I quickly selected what seemed like the least harmful option. For the next 20 minutes, I watched in horror as decision after decision was presented and carried out. With each round, the options became increasingly disturbing. I consistently voted for what appeared to be the least violent options, but the majority often chose otherwise. What had started as a supposedly academic exploration had turned into something unimaginably awful, and I was now an active participant. The final decision was the most horrific, determining the ultimate outcome for the captive. I voted for the option that would spare his life, but it lost by a single vote. Had I not participated, the outcome might have been different. Had I disconnected earlier, despite the warnings, perhaps nothing would have happened to me. These thoughts have haunted me ever since. When the stream finally ended, a message appeared thanking participants for their engagement and announcing that the next session would be in exactly 1 week. The chat erupted with users rating the experience and discussing their favorite decision points. I closed Tor immediately and deleted it from my computer. Feeling physically ill, I spent the next several hours frantically researching whether what I'd seen could possibly have been real, desperately looking for evidence that it had been an elaborate hoax or simulation. I found nothing conclusive either way. For days afterward, I was consumed by guilt and fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the authorities, but was terrified of implicating myself. What if they traced my participation? What if they thought I was somehow involved beyond just voting? And beneath those practical concerns was a deeper, more disturbing question. By participating, even under duress, hadn't I already made myself complicit? A week later, I received an email at my personal address, an address I had never used or shared on tour. The subject line contained the date and time of the session I had attended. The body was brief, simply stating that my participation had been noted and my voting pattern marked as hesitant but adaptable. It concluded by saying they looked forward to my continued involvement and that the next session would include enhanced security features to ensure participant commitment. I never replied or attended another session. I changed my email address, reformatted my computer, and even moved to a different flat. For months, I thought I had escaped whatever nightmare I had stumbled into. Then yesterday, I received a package at my new address containing a USB drive and a note with the date and time of the next session. The note explained that my previous voting record had been analyzed, and I had been selected for a more involved role in upcoming events. I haven't plugged in the USB drive. I've been considering destroying it, but something tells me that wouldn't end this. They found my new address somehow. They've been tracking me despite all my precautions. The most terrifying part isn't just what I witnessed, or even the fear that these people might somehow find me in person. It's the knowledge that for 20 minutes, I participated. I made choices. I clicked buttons that had real consequences. And somewhere deep inside, beneath the horror and revulsion, I remember feeling a moment of terrible power in making those decisions. That's the part I can never tell anyone. The guilt I can never fully escape. If you ever find yourself exploring the darker corners of the internet and stumble across something that asks for your participation or your vote, disconnect immediately. Whatever threats they make about tracking you are less dangerous than the alternative. Becoming part of something that changes you in ways you can never undo. I wonder if anyone reading this or listening to this has ever discovered something about someone you thought you knew that completely shattered your reality. I'm not talking about finding out your friend cheated on their partner or stole money from work. I'm talking about something so profoundly disturbing that it fundamentally changes how you see humanity. Something that makes you question whether anyone is truly who they appear to be. 3 months ago, I stumbled across something on my friend's computer that I can't unsee. I'm a software engineer from Birmingham. Pretty ordinary life, really. Graduated from university 5 years ago. Worked a few different tech jobs. Currently at a mid-sized company developing financial software. I've known Alex, not his real name obviously, since our first year at university. We weren't particularly close back then, but we reconnected about 2 years ago through a mutual friend and started hanging out regularly. He's always been the tech enthusiast of our friend group. Built his own high-end gaming PC, always had the latest gadgets, that sort of thing. Alex works in IT security, which explained his obsession with technology and his seemingly extensive knowledge of computer systems. He was always the one we'd call when we had tech problems, and he seemed to genuinely enjoy helping. He had this confident, slightly superior way of explaining things that could be annoying, but you couldn't deny he knew what he was talking about. I trusted him completely with my devices, my accounts, everything. This all happened when Alex was in the hospital for a scheduled surgery. Nothing serious, just a knee operation that required a few days' stay and several weeks of recovery. He'd asked if I could pop round to his flat to water his plants and make sure everything was all right. He also mentioned he'd been downloading some work files before going into hospital and asked if I could check they'd completed properly, as he needed them for a project he was working on during his recovery. I'd been to his place dozens of times before for game nights or just to hang out. He lived alone in a decent one-bedroom flat, minimally decorated, but with an elaborate computer setup in the living room. His gaming PC was essentially the centerpiece of the flat, dual monitors, custom RGB lighting, top-of-the-line everything. It had always impressed me, even made me a bit envious. When I arrived that evening, everything seemed normal. I watered the few plants he had, checked that nothing needed attention, then sat down at his computer desk. The machine was in sleep mode rather than fully powered down. I moved the mouse, and the screens lit up, already logged into his Windows account. This wasn't unusual. Alex often left his computer on for days at a time, running various programs. I checked his downloads folder as requested and confirmed the work files had completed. I was about to log out when I noticed something odd. The disk usage indicator in the system tray showed the hard drive was extremely active, despite no obvious programs running. Being somewhat technically minded myself, I opened the task manager to see what was using so much processing power. There was a background process I didn't recognize consuming significant resources. The file name was just a random string of letters and numbers, not any standard Windows process I was familiar with. My first thought was malware. Maybe Alex's system had been compromised. Given his job in security, that seemed unlikely, but not impossible. I decided to investigate further, thinking I might be doing him a favor by identifying a potential security issue. I opened File Explorer and enabled hidden files, a basic troubleshooting step when looking for suspicious processes. That's when I noticed a folder on his secondary hard drive labeled simply with a period before the name, a common way to hide folders from casual browsing. I hesitated before clicking on it. There was an uncomfortable feeling in the pit of my stomach, like I was crossing a line. But I rationalized that if there was malware on his system, he'd want to know about it. And if it was just private files, I could close it immediately and pretend I never saw anything. When I opened the folder, I found dozens of subfolders, each labeled with dates going back approximately 3 years. Nothing immediately alarming, just very organized. I clicked on one from about 6 months ago, expecting to find work documents or perhaps something embarrassing but mundane like a porn collection. Instead, there were hundreds of video files, each with file names consisting of numbers and letters, similar to the process I'd seen running. I clicked on one at random, and a video player opened. What I saw in the first few seconds made me physically recoil from the screen. It was footage of what appeared to be a basement or warehouse setting. A person was bound to a chair in the center of the frame, clearly terrified. Standing over them was someone wearing a featureless mask, holding what looked like a hunting knife. The video quality was surprisingly high, not some grainy, ambiguous footage that could be dismissed as fake, but clear, high-definition recording that left nothing to the imagination. I closed it immediately, feeling sick. My hands were shaking as I clicked on another file, telling myself that maybe it was just one disturbing video. Perhaps research for some cybersecurity project on dark web content. But the second video showed a different victim, different setting, same horrific premise, as did the third. With growing horror, I began to process what I was looking at. This wasn't just 1 or 2 videos. The folder contained hundreds of files, methodically organized by date, and this was just one of dozens of similar folders spanning years. The sheer volume and organization suggested something far beyond morbid curiosity or research. One detail particularly stood out. Each video had a small watermark in the corner, a logo or symbol I didn't recognize. Some quick research on my phone revealed it was associated with something called a red room, supposedly live streams on the dark web where viewers pay to watch and sometimes direct torture and murder in real time. Most articles claimed these were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks, but the evidence was right in front of me, carefully archived and catalogued. As the reality of what I'd discovered sank in, my mind raced through all my interactions with Alex over the years. Had there been signs I'd missed? He'd always been a bit socially awkward, sometimes made jokes that pushed boundaries, but nothing that screamed psychopath. He held down a normal job, maintained friendships, appeared completely functional in society. How could someone like that be involved with something so monstrous? Then a new, even more disturbing thought hit me. The background process that was still running. What if these weren't just recordings he'd collected? What if he was actively participating in something live right now, while in the hospital? The process had been running when I arrived, steadily consuming bandwidth and processing power. With trembling hands, I navigated back to the task manager and examined the active process more carefully. It was connected to an outgoing stream, uploading data at a steady rate to an address I didn't recognize. I didn't have the technical knowledge to determine exactly what was happening, but it seemed like his system was serving files to some kind of network. I needed to get out of there. I closed everything, making sure to leave the computer exactly as I'd found it, and left the flat. In the lift down to the ground floor, I had to lean against the wall to stop myself from collapsing, my legs suddenly weak with shock and horror. For days afterward, I debated what to do. Go to the police? But what exactly had I seen? I had no proof beyond my word, and I'd been snooping through his private files. What if I was misinterpreting something? Or what if Alex was just collecting these videos out of some morbid fascination, not actually participating in their creation? Before I could decide on a course of action, Alex was discharged from hospital. He messaged to thank me for checking on his flat and mentioned he'd be working from home during his recovery. I made up excuses not to visit, claiming work deadlines and family commitments. Our text conversations remained normal, with him having no idea what I'd discovered. About a week after his return home, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my full name. The body contained a single line of text, noting that unauthorized access to private collections had been logged, along with the exact date and time I'd been in Alex's flat. Attached was a screenshot from what appeared to be a security camera feed, showing me sitting at his computer desk, looking at the hidden folder. I never responded. I blocked the email address, changed all my passwords, and have been gradually distancing myself from our entire friend group, making excuses about a new job keeping me busy. I've even started looking for flats in a different city, though I haven't made the move yet. Last night, I received a small package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a USB drive and a note containing the date and time I'd spent in Alex's flat, followed by a simple question. Did I want to see more? I haven't plugged in the drive. I won't. But I can't stop thinking about those videos, about the people in them, about whether Alex was just collecting or actively participating. And most disturbing of all, if someone like Alex, who seemed so normal, so trustworthy, could be involved in something so horrific, how many others are out there, hiding similar secrets behind ordinary facades? Sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I see that little watermark from the videos. I wonder how many people are watching these streams right now, how many collections like Alex's exist on hard drives around the world. I wonder if the background process is still running on his computer, still serving those files to whoever is willing to pay to view them. And I wonder if somewhere, in some folder on his system, there's now a recording of me discovering his collection, labeled with my name and ready for distribution if I ever decide to speak up. Have you ever seen something you weren't supposed to see? Something so disturbing that you instantly wish you could erase it from your memory? 3 seconds of accidental screen sharing during a routine work meeting changed my life forever. In those brief moments, I glimpsed what I believe was a real torture chamber on the dark web. So I've been hesitant to share this experience with anyone. My friends would probably think I'm exaggerating, and talking to a professional about it feels risky. How do you explain witnessing something potentially illegal without becoming implicated yourself? I work as a project manager for a mid-sized tech company based in London. We've been fully remote since the pandemic, which suits me fine. I've always preferred working from my flat anyway. Less distractions, no commute, and I can make proper coffee whenever I want. I've been with the company for about 4 years now, managing a team of developers who I mostly only see through video calls. One of these developers was a guy I'll call James. He joined the company about 8 months before the incident happened. Quiet bloke, kept his camera off most of the time, which wasn't unusual in our company culture. He was competent enough at his job, delivered work on time, attended the necessary meetings, but never really engaged beyond the bare minimum. I didn't know much about his personal life or background. In hindsight, maybe that should have been a red flag, but when you're working remotely, it's easy for people to maintain that professional distance. This all happened during an ordinary Tuesday morning team meeting back in November. Standard stuff. Project updates, upcoming deadlines, the usual corporate proceedings that fill our calendars. There were 7 of us on the call, all in our little video squares, except for James, who just had his initials showing since his camera was off as usual. About halfway through the meeting, we needed to review some code that wasn't working properly, so I asked if anyone could share their screen to demonstrate the issue. James volunteered, which was slightly unusual since he rarely took initiative in meetings. There was a brief pause, then his screen appeared for all of us to see, but it wasn't code. For a split second, I thought he'd accidentally shared the wrong window. Happens to everyone sometimes. Then I registered what I was actually looking at, and my stomach dropped. It was a video player showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room with concrete walls. The video quality was surprisingly high definition. In the center of the frame was a person strapped to a chair, head covered with what looked like a black bag. Standing beside them was a figure wearing some kind of mask or hood that concealed their entire face. The masked figure was holding what appeared to be a large hunting knife. The stream had a chat window visible on the side, filled with messages I couldn't read from the brief glimpse we got. There was also a counter showing the number of viewers, over 100, and what looked like a payment tracker of some kind. The whole thing had this clinical, organized feel to it that somehow made it even more disturbing. The screen share lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds before James disconnected it. Not long, but long enough for all of us to process what we'd seen. The meeting went completely silent. No one knew how to react. I remember staring at my keyboard, frantically trying to formulate some kind of response as the team lead. Before I could say anything, James left the meeting entirely. His little initial square just vanished. I managed to stammer out something about taking a 5-minute break and quickly ended the call for everyone. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely use my mouse. I sat there at my desk, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Had that been real? Was it some kind of disturbing film or shock website? The practical, rational part of my brain desperately wanted to believe it was just some horror movie or extreme performance art. But something about the clinical setup, the chat window, the payment tracker, it had all the hallmarks of what I'd heard described as red rooms on the dark web. I'd never been on the dark web myself, but like most people in tech, I knew the basics of what it was. The thought that I might have just glimpsed a real torture stream made me physically ill. I rushed to the bathroom and threw up, then sat on the cold tile floor trying to decide what to do next. I should have called the police immediately. That would have been the right thing to do. Instead, I texted our HR director, trying to explain what had happened without sounding hysterical. She called me back almost instantly, and I described what we'd all seen on James's screen share. She sounded as shocked as I felt, and said she would handle it from here, instructing me to reconvene the team without James and try to continue the workday as normally as possible. Somehow, I got through the rest of that day. I remember feeling like I was operating on autopilot, going through the motions of my job while my mind kept replaying those few seconds of footage. The other team members were understandably disturbed as well. No one directly mentioned what we'd seen, but there was this heavy, uncomfortable atmosphere hanging over all our subsequent interactions. That evening, I received an email from HR stating that James had been immediately terminated and that they were handling the situation appropriately. They asked all of us who had been in the meeting not to discuss what we'd seen with anyone else while they conducted an internal investigation. The email emphasized that this was for legal reasons and to protect the company's reputation. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dimly lit room, that masked figure, that knife. I kept wondering if what I'd seen was happening in real time, if someone had been hurt or killed while I was watching. Even for those few seconds, the thought made me feel complicit somehow, like I should have done something more immediate than report it to HR. The next morning, I made a decision. I called the local police station and asked to speak to someone about reporting a potential crime I'd witnessed online. They transferred me to some kind of cyber division, and I explained what had happened during our meeting. The officer took my information and said someone would be in touch. 2 days later, 2 plainclothes officers came to my flat. They asked me detailed questions about James, about what I'd seen, about how long I'd known him. They were particularly interested in whether he'd ever mentioned his online activities or shown any concerning behavior previously. I told them everything I could, which wasn't much. As I said, James had always been pretty much a cipher to us. That's when they showed me a photograph and asked if the man in it was James. The photo was clearly a mugshot, showing a man who looked similar to James, but with differences. Longer hair, different glasses. When I said I wasn't sure, they explained that they believed James had been using a stolen identity. The real James Wallace was an IT professional from Manchester who had reported his identity stolen about a year ago. Whoever had been working on my team wasn't James at all. About a week later, I received another visit from the police. They informed me that they had traced the IP address from our video call and executed a search warrant at a location in Birmingham. They wouldn't give me specific details, but they confirmed they had found evidence of criminal activity related to dark web live streaming. They hadn't found James himself. He'd apparently fled before they arrived, but they had seized computers and other equipment. I thought that would be the end of it, that I could finally start putting this nightmare behind me. Then last week, I received an anonymous email. No text in the body, just an attachment. Against my better judgment, I opened it. It was a screenshot from what appeared to be the same video stream we'd glimpsed during the meeting. But this time, alongside the chat window, there was a new box containing the names and addresses of everyone who had been in our meeting that day. My name was at the top, highlighted, with my complete home address listed beside it. I reported the email to the police immediately, and they've advised me to relocate temporarily while they investigate. I'm writing this from a hotel room, using a VPN, constantly checking over my shoulder. I don't know if James sent that email himself, or if it came from someone else involved with whatever dark web operation he was part of. I don't know if they're actually planning to target me, or if they're just trying to scare me into silence. What haunts me most isn't just the glimpse of horror I saw that day. It's the realization that this person had been working alongside me for months. joining our casual Friday virtual happy hours, exchanging emails about project timelines, all while apparently participating in something unspeakable. It makes me question everyone I interact with online. How well do we really know the people on the other side of our screens? What other horrors might be hiding just a shared window away? I keep thinking about those few seconds before James disconnected the screen share. The way the masked figure had turned toward the camera, as if suddenly aware they were being watched by unintended eyes, as if acknowledging us. Sometimes I wonder, was the screen share really an accident? Or was it a deliberate message? And if so, who was it meant for? I've been debating whether to share this for a while now. It's not something I can just bring up in normal conversation, and I'm worried about how it might sound if I try to explain it to anyone I know. But I need to put it somewhere, even anonymously, just to get it out of my head. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm not alone in this. So I'm a student at Manchester University, second year of computer science. Always been into tech, but never had the money for the latest gadgets. My old phone finally died back in October. Complete hardware failure after I accidentally dropped it in a puddle. Being broke as usual, I couldn't afford a new one. So I started looking at second-hand options on Facebook Marketplace and Gumtree. Found this decent-looking iPhone for cheap from a seller in my area. The listing said it was only a year old, good condition, just some minor scratches on the case. The price seemed too good to be true, but the guy selling it claimed he was upgrading and just wanted it gone quickly. I messaged him, and he agreed to meet at a coffee shop near campus the next day. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke, maybe in his 30s. Nothing memorable about him. Average height, brown hair, casual clothes. He hardly said anything during our brief interaction, just showed me that the phone worked, took the cash, and left. I remember thinking he seemed nervous, checking his watch and glancing around a lot. But I figured he was just busy or anxious about meeting a stranger for the sale. Should have paid more attention to those red flags. Got home and did a factory reset on the phone before setting it up with my accounts. Everything seemed normal at first. I installed my usual apps, transferred my contacts, all that basic stuff. Used it for about a week without any issues. Then the notifications started. The first one came around 3 a.m. I was up late working on an assignment when the phone buzzed with this notification from an app I didn't recognize. The app icon was just a black square, and the notification read, "Event number 37 scheduled. Confirmation required." I assumed it was some pre-installed bloatware that had somehow survived the factory reset. So I swiped it away and made a mental note to uninstall it in the morning. Next day, I searched through all the apps on the phone, but couldn't find anything that matched that black icon. Figured maybe it was some system notification that had displayed weird and forgot about it. Until 3 days later, when another notification appeared. Event number 37 begins in 24 hours. Access details pending. This time, I took a screenshot before dismissing it, thinking I'd look into it more carefully later. That night, I was hanging out with some friends at our local pub. After a few drinks, I mentioned the weird notifications and showed them the screenshot. One of my friends, who's big into cybersecurity stuff, suggested it might be some kind of hidden app that hadn't been properly removed with the reset. He asked if the previous owner had jailbroken the phone, which honestly, I hadn't thought to check. We spent a bit of time that night Googling solutions, but eventually gave up and moved on to other topics. The next notification came exactly 24 hours later, as promised. Event number 37 now live. Private link sent. This time it included a URL, not a normal web address, but something ending in .onion, which I recognized as a dark website. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, but you hear about it in computer science circles all the time. I didn't click it, obviously. Just took another screenshot and dismissed the notification. My curiosity was definitely piqued though. That night, I installed Tor browser on my laptop and looked up information about accessing .onion sites. I never intended to visit the link, just wanted to understand what might be going on with the phone. During my research, I came across discussions about private events on the dark web, apparently code for illegal live streams ranging from hacking demonstrations to drug manufacturing to much worse things. The thought that kept nagging at me was why these notifications were still coming through after a factory reset. It made no sense technically. Either this was some extremely sophisticated malware, or the previous owner was still somehow linked to the phone. A few hours later, around 2 a.m., the phone buzzed again. Event number 37 concluded. 83% satisfaction rating. Event number 38 scheduled for November 17th. My blood ran cold reading that. The calculated clinical language combined with what I'd just learned about dark web events painted a disturbing picture. But still, I told myself it could be anything. Illegal gambling, drug deals, pirated movies, who knows. For the next week, I tried to ignore it. I even considered selling the phone, but something stopped me. The thought of potentially passing this problem to someone else felt wrong. Plus, what if it was something truly horrible? I'd be complicit in a way. Then came November 17th. The notifications started early. Event number 38, preparation complete. Then, event number 38 begins in 6 hours. Each one made my stomach knot tighter. I should have turned the phone off, or at least muted notifications, but a horrible fascination kept me checking each alert as it came in. The final notification arrived at exactly 10 p.m. Event number 38 now live. Access your private stream. This time, instead of just text, the notification expanded to show a thumbnail preview of the stream. What I saw in that tiny image has haunted me ever since. A dingy room with concrete walls, harsh lighting, and what looked like a person bound to a chair, head covered with some kind of hood. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. This wasn't some ambiguous event. This was exactly what I'd feared. Someone was using these streams to broadcast violence, and somehow my phone was still connected to it. I picked the phone back up with shaking hands and took a screenshot of the notification before dismissing it, thinking it might be evidence if I went to the police. That's when I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the corner of the thumbnail was a small text overlay, a username or identifier of some kind, observer_5814. Below that, in even smaller text, my phone number. Not my current one, but the number that had been associated with this phone by its previous owner. Somehow, the phone itself was logged as a paying viewer of these streams. I shut the phone off immediately and sat in the dark of my room, trying to process what was happening. If the phone was registered as a viewer, did that mean whoever was running these streams had my information now? My address from when I'd logged into various accounts? My face from when I'd used the camera? I couldn't sleep that night. By morning, I'd convinced myself I needed to go to the police. But as I was getting dressed, I received a text on my laptop through iMessage, synced from the phone before I turned it off. Missing event number 38. Don't worry. Special access granted for event number 39. We noticed your location changed. Manchester area viewers get premium placement. They knew where I was. They'd tracked the phone's location and now knew someone new was using it. I abandoned my plan to go to the police immediately. What if they were monitoring me somehow? What if they had connections? It sounds paranoid, I know, but in that moment, it felt like very real danger. Instead, I removed the SIM card from the phone, wrapped the device in foil, probably useless, but I wasn't thinking clearly, and buried it in a box in my closet. I bought the cheapest burner phone I could find that day and used cash, not wanting to connect any of my accounts to a new device. For 2 weeks, I jumped at every notification on my laptop, every knock at my door. I changed all my passwords, set up new email accounts, even stayed with a friend for a few days claiming a heating issue in my flat. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting someone to recognize me as the new Observer 5814. Then yesterday, a small package arrived at my door. No return address. Inside was a brand new phone, the latest iPhone model, with a note that simply read, "For our valued premium viewer, event number 40 begins soon." There was also a small metal object that I eventually recognized as a custom-made SIM removal tool, with the same Observer number engraved on it. I haven't touched the new phone. It's sitting in my kitchen inside a pot with the lid on, as if that would somehow contain whatever evil it represents. I'm writing this from a university computer, and after I'm done, I'm going to withdraw from my courses and move back to my parents' house in Scotland. I haven't told them why. I don't know who the previous owner of that first phone was, a viewer, an organizer, just someone who stumbled into something terrible like I did. What I do know is that by using that phone, even briefly, I've inherited some kind of digital sin that I can't seem to escape. Their algorithm or system or whatever it is has locked onto me now. The most terrifying part is how ordinary it all seemed at first. Just notifications on a phone, just a good deal on a second-hand iPhone, just curiosity about some strange app. That's how they get you, I think. Not with something obviously sinister, but with something so mundane you don't recognize the danger until you're already part of it. I keep thinking about all the second-hand electronics being sold every day, all the digital breadcrumbs we leave behind even after a factory reset. What else gets passed along without our knowledge? And how many other Observer numbers are out there, assigned to people who have no idea what they're being made complicit in? I'm not writing this for attention or sympathy. I'm writing it just so I can process what I witnessed. I've tried talking to friends about it, but they either think I'm exaggerating or they change the subject entirely. Can't blame them, really. Nobody wants to hear about this kind of thing happening on platforms we all use daily. Makes the world feel too unpredictable, too dangerous. I work in digital marketing for a mid-sized agency in Birmingham. Nothing glamorous, mostly managing social media accounts for local businesses and creating content calendars. It means I spend an unhealthy amount of time scrolling through various platforms, even during my off hours. Force of habit, I suppose. I've always been drawn to technology, even before it became my career. Built my first website at 14. Taught myself basic coding by 16. My parents worried about my screen time even back then, but eventually accepted that computers were my thing. This happened about 3 months ago, during that cold snap in January. I'd been working late on a campaign for a restaurant client, scheduling posts until around midnight. My flatmate was away visiting family, so the flat was eerily quiet. Just the hum of my laptop and the occasional car passing outside. After finishing work, I did what most of us do these days. Mindlessly scrolled through my personal feeds before bed. A digital wind-down ritual that usually helps me switch off from work mode. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I switched to a newer platform I'd been exploring for potential client opportunities. You know how social media algorithms work. Once you've been scrolling long enough, they start showing you increasingly obscure content. Things from accounts you don't follow, topics tangentially related to your interests. The content gets weirder the longer you scroll. I'd reached that strange corner of the internet where the algorithm was clearly grasping at straws to keep me engaged. A video began autoplaying as I scrolled past it. I almost continued scrolling. It looked grainy and unprofessional, nothing that would normally catch my attention. But something made me pause. The thumbnail showed what looked like a basement or workshop of some kind. The lighting was poor, but I could make out concrete walls and some kind of workbench. The account had an unmemorable username. Just random letters and numbers with no profile picture. The caption was simply Part 7, with no hashtags or context. I remember thinking it was probably someone's home improvement series, or perhaps a woodworking tutorial. The algorithm knew I occasionally watched DIY content. What else could it be at 2 a.m. on a mainstream platform? I tapped to expand the video, more out of exhaustion-fueled curiosity than genuine interest. The first few seconds confirmed my initial impression. Just a static shot of what appeared to be someone's basement workshop. Poor lighting, concrete walls, metal shelving units in the background. The camera quality was surprisingly decent though, not professional but better than your average smartphone. No music, no voiceover, just ambient sounds. I was about to scroll past when someone walked into frame. They wore a plain black jumper and what I initially thought was a ski mask, but later realized was a more elaborate face covering with reflective material where the eyes should be. Nothing particularly alarming in isolation. Could have been someone demonstrating workshop safety or doing some avant-garde content creation. But the deliberate, unhurried way they moved sent an instinctive chill through me. The masked figure adjusted something on a workbench, their back to the camera. When they turned around, they were holding what looked like a large hunting knife. Still, my brain struggled to process what I was seeing as anything sinister. People review knives online all the time. Bushcraft enthusiasts, collectors, chefs, plenty of innocent explanations. But then the camera angle shifted slightly, as if someone had nudged it, and I saw what was on the other side of the workbench. There was another person there, sitting on a chair, hands behind their back. A hood or bag covered their head, but I could see they were wearing what looked like a white shirt, now stained with something dark around the collar. They were completely still, but I could see subtle movements suggesting they were breathing. My stomach dropped as I realized what I might be watching. I still tried to rationalize it. Had to be a prank video or some amateur horror content, right? People make all sorts of shocking videos for attention. But as the masked figure approached the seated person, something about the scene felt fundamentally wrong. An authenticity to the setting and movements that fiction rarely captures. When they removed the hood, revealing a middle-aged man with duct tape across his mouth, an unmistakable terror in his eyes, I knew I was watching something real. His fear wasn't acted. The subtle trembling, the desperate darting of his eyes, the way sweat had plastered his hair to his forehead. These weren't the exaggerated reactions of someone playing a role. This was raw, primal human fear. What happened next came without warning or build-up. The masked figure plunged the knife into the man's shoulder with mechanical precision. No dramatic wind-up, no hesitation, just efficient, practiced movement. The victim's muffled scream and the way his body convulsed told me everything. This wasn't special effects or clever editing. I was watching a real person being tortured. My finger hovered over the screen, paralyzed by disbelief and horror. I should have closed the app immediately, reported the content, done something. Instead, I sat frozen, watching as the masked figure methodically continued. Each cut seemed to follow some predetermined pattern, avoiding areas that would cause immediate death. The perpetrator occasionally turned toward the camera, as if acknowledging an audience, as if acknowledging me. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than a minute, I finally snapped out of my shock and closed the app. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my phone twice before managing to turn it off completely. I felt physically sick, rushing to the bathroom where I vomited until there was nothing left but bile and guilt. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panicked indecision. Should I report what I'd seen to the platform? To the police? How would I explain stumbling upon it? Would they think I'd been deliberately seeking out this content? And what if it had been some elaborate hoax after all, and I ended up looking like a fool who couldn't distinguish between fiction and reality? By morning, I'd convinced myself to check again before taking any action. Maybe in the daylight, with a clearer head, I'd see evidence that it had been fake. I reopened the app, steeling myself as I navigated to my watch history. The video was gone, not just removed from my history, but seemingly scrubbed from the platform entirely. The account that posted it had vanished too. For a few days, I almost managed to convince myself it had been some twisted promotional stunt for a horror film or streaming series, something designed to look authentic that had been quickly removed after being flagged by users. I returned to my normal routine, though I found myself unable to scroll through social media before bed anymore. Then, about a week later, I received a direct message on the platform, an account with no profile picture or posts, the username another random string of letters and numbers. All it contained was a link and 4 words: "We saw you watching." I didn't click the link. I deleted the message, then deleted my account on that platform entirely. Changed my passwords on every service I used. Considered changing my phone number, but told myself that was an overreaction. I was just one of probably thousands who had stumbled across that video before it was removed. They couldn't possibly know who I was or care about my specific viewership. 2 days later, a small package arrived at my flat. No return address, just my name and address printed on a generic label. Inside was a USB drive and a note with an onion address, a dark web location. I destroyed both immediately, but the implication was clear. What I'd seen wasn't meant for mainstream platforms. It had leaked there somehow, and now the creators knew who had seen it. I've moved flats since then, changed jobs too, finding one with minimal social media involvement. I've deleted most of my online accounts and rarely browse anything but news sites now. Some might call it paranoia, but they haven't seen what I've seen. The moment when the digital barrier between entertainment and atrocity collapsed. When scrolling through a feed became witnessing a crime. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see that masked figure turning toward the camera, knife in hand, acknowledging my presence. And I wonder how many others are out there, accidentally glimpsing the darkest corners of humanity during their late-night scrolling, carrying the weight of having witnessed something they were never meant to see. Worst of all, I wonder if somewhere, right now, someone is casually swiping through their feed, about to discover that the line between digital content and real violence has become terrifyingly thin. I've never told this story publicly before. The few times I've tried explaining it to close friends, they either think I'm taking the piss or that I've watched too many horror films. But after seeing that news report last week about another live stream incident, I felt compelled to share what happened to me. Maybe as a warning, or maybe just to finally get it off my chest. Whatever the reason, I need someone else to know. This happened back in 2020 during the first lockdown. I'd been furloughed from my job at a marketing agency in Manchester, and, like most people, was climbing the walls with boredom. I'd exhausted Netflix, finished 3 video games, and had taken up baking sourdough bread like everyone else on Instagram. I've always been tech-savvy, built my first computer at 15, studied computer science at uni before dropping out to take that marketing gig. The internet was my playground growing up, and I'd ventured into some questionable forums in my teenage years, though nothing too extreme. One night, Around 3 a.m., I was in that strange headspace you get into during insomnia-fueled internet rabbit holes. You know the one, where your inhibitions lower and curiosity takes over. I'd been chatting with this bloke I'd met on a programming forum. We'd been discussing VPNs and network security, and he mentioned he'd been exploring the dark web recently. Now, I'd heard about it, of course, but had never actually ventured there myself. I understood the technical aspects, the Tor browser, onion routing, all that, but hadn't seen the point. He sent me a link to download Tor and some tips for staying anonymous. Looking back, I should have noticed how eager he was to guide someone into that world, but at the time, it just felt like camaraderie between two tech enthusiasts during a uniquely boring period in human history. Setting everything up took about 30 minutes. I remember the slight rush of adrenaline as I launched the Tor browser for the first time, feeling like I was doing something forbidden, yet harmless. I started with the hidden wiki, which was underwhelming to be honest. Mostly dead links and scam sites. I was actually disappointed at how mundane it all seemed. No shadowy government secrets or hitmen for hire popping up on my screen. Just poorly designed websites that looked like they were made in 1998. For a couple of weeks, my dark web exploration was casual and uneventful. I'd browse while watching TV, mostly out of boredom rather than genuine interest. I found some interesting forums discussing privacy rights and technology, purchased some Bitcoin out of curiosity, and occasionally stumbled upon drug marketplaces that I quickly navigated away from. I wasn't interested in anything illegal, just the experience of being somewhere most people never venture. Then my forum friend sent another message with a link and a cryptic comment about checking out a stream that night. He included a password and warned me not to share it. I remember hesitating. Up until then, my dark web experience had been anticlimactic, but something about his message felt different. I should have trusted that instinct, but curiosity won out. I copied the .onion address and decided I'd check it out later that night. Around midnight, I navigated to the link. The site looked more polished than most dark web pages I'd encountered. A simple black background with a video player in the center. A password prompt appeared, and I entered the password as instructed. The page refreshed, showing a countdown timer, 22 minutes until the stream began. The viewer count showed 41 people already waiting. The chat box on the right was active with messages in various languages. Most were expressing excitement, some were discussing previous streams, and others were placing what looked like bets. I opened a beer and waited, still expecting some kind of scam or anticlimactic reveal. The timer hit 0 and the stream began. At first, it was just a dark room, poorly lit, with what looked like a single lamp. The camera quality wasn't great, grainy and slightly out of focus. The chat exploded with messages as people complained about the setup, demanding that things get started. A figure entered the frame, wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face. They adjusted the camera, improving the lighting slightly, and then stepped back to reveal what looked like a basement or cellar. There was a chair in the center with restraints attached to the arms and legs. The walls were covered in plastic sheeting. My first thought was that this was some low-budget horror roleplay, the kind of thing people might pay to watch when they've exhausted mainstream entertainment. I nearly closed the browser right then, disappointed at how cliché it all seemed. The masked figure left the frame briefly and returned leading another person, a man who appeared to be in his 30s, hands bound behind his back with some kind of zip tie, a hood over his head. The chat erupted with excitement. I felt a chill run through me, but still convinced myself it was staged. The production quality was too poor, the setup too predictable to be real. The hooded man was guided to the chair and secured with the restraints. He wasn't struggling much, which reinforced my belief that this was all an act. Perhaps he was drugged, or perhaps he was just playing a role. When the masked figure removed the hood, I could see that the man's mouth was taped shut. His eyes darted around wildly, eventually focusing on the camera. That's when I felt the first real pang of unease. His eyes held genuine fear, not the exaggerated theatrical kind, but the raw, primal fear of someone who knows they're in danger. Still, I told myself it was just good acting. People can fake anything these days. The chat was going wild, with users typing what they wanted to see happen next. Some messages were in English, others in what looked like Russian or Eastern European languages. The masked figure seemed to be reading the chat, occasionally nodding at certain messages. What happened next made my blood run cold. The figure held up a piece of paper to the camera. Written on it was the date and time. Not just the date, but the exact time, down to the minute, which matched my computer clock. Then they held up a newspaper, that day's edition of a major publication. My heart began racing as I realized this was happening in real time. This was no pre-recorded video. The figure then picked up a small knife from a table that was just out of frame. The chat exploded with suggestions and commands. I felt frozen, unable to look away but desperate to close the browser. The captive man's muffled screams became more frantic as the knife approached him. I won't describe what happened next in detail. I can't. Even now, years later, I struggle to process what I witnessed. What I can say is that it started slowly, methodically, as the masked figure seemed to follow instructions from the chat. Some viewers expressed disappointment, claiming it looked too fake, while others became increasingly excited, demanding more graphic actions. I sat there, paralyzed, telling myself it couldn't be real, even as every instinct screamed that it was. The victim's eyes, that's what stays with me. The way they pleaded with the camera, with us, the invisible audience complicit in whatever was happening. At some point, the chat turned on someone who expressed doubt, claiming they could prove it was real. The masked figure then did something so specific, so nauseating in its deliberateness, that it couldn't possibly have been staged. About 20 minutes into the stream, something changed. The masked figure suddenly looked directly at the camera and held up another piece of paper. On it was written a username. My username from the programming forum. I felt the blood drain from my face. Then another paper. My real first name. I slammed the laptop shut so hard I cracked the screen. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I disconnected my router and removed my home network's battery. I spent the rest of the night in a state of paranoid terror, convinced someone would come for me, that I'd somehow been tracked despite using a VPN and Tor. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I never contacted my forum friend again. I destroyed the hard drive in my laptop and bought a new one. I moved flats within a month. I've never returned to the dark web, and I've become almost obsessively careful about my online presence. The worst part isn't just what I saw, but my reaction to it. For those first few minutes, I'd sat there, watching, doubting, but still watching. I'd become momentarily desensitized, part of an audience viewing atrocity as entertainment. That realization has haunted me more than anything else. Sometimes I still find myself questioning if it was somehow an elaborate hoax. The human mind seeks rational explanations for the irrational. But then I remember those eyes, that name on the paper, my name. And I know with sickening certainty that what I witnessed was real. And somewhere out there, that masked figure knows exactly who I am. Okay, so you know how some experiences feel too raw, too personal to discuss with anyone face to face. I considered seeking professional help, but how do you explain something like this without sounding completely unhinged? So instead, I'm putting it here, anonymously. Maybe someone will recognize the warning signs I missed. This happened last autumn, while I was working on my master's thesis in cybersecurity. Ironic, really. I'd spent 3 years building a career in network security after completing my undergraduate degree, then decided to return to university part-time to specialize further. I've always been fascinated by digital privacy, how vulnerable we all are online despite the illusion of anonymity. I should have known better than most. That's what still haunts me. I was staying at my parents' house in Sheffield for the weekend. They'd gone on holiday to Tenerife, and I'd offered to house sit, partly to escape my noisy flat share in London, and partly to focus on writing without distractions. My thesis deadline was approaching, and I needed the peace and quiet. My parents' internet connection was frustratingly slow, however. They'd never upgraded from the basic package they'd had since 2008. So on Saturday afternoon, I decided to walk to the local coffee shop to use their Wi-Fi instead. It was one of those chain cafes that you find everywhere now, packed with students and remote workers hunched over laptops. I found a corner table, ordered an overpriced cappuccino, and settled in with my tablet. I prefer working on my tablet when I'm in public, less conspicuous than a laptop, and I find I'm less tempted to procrastinate on it. I connected to the Wi-Fi without thinking twice. Public networks were something I researched for my thesis. How unsecured they were, how easy it was for someone to monitor traffic or inject malicious code. But in that moment, I was just another tired postgrad desperate to make progress on a looming deadline. After about 2 hours of productive work, I decided to take a break. I opened a new browser tab, intending to check the news, when a notification popped up. It wasn't from any app I recognized, just a small, plain text box in the corner of my screen that read, "Stream starting soon." I assumed it was an advertisement of some kind and swiped to dismiss it, but nothing happened. I tapped it instead, thinking it might close that way. That tap changed everything. My screen immediately went black, then flickered back to life with a loading icon. I tried to close the browser, but nothing responded. The loading icon disappeared after a few seconds, replaced by what looked like a video player with a dark background. A counter in the corner showed 12 viewers. There was no title, no description, nothing to indicate what I was watching. Just a black screen with that viewer count slowly ticking upward. I remember feeling annoyed rather than concerned at first. I assumed my tablet had redirected to some streaming service due to a malicious ad. I tried pressing the home button, but the screen remained frozen on the stream. I held down the power button, attempting to force a restart, but even that didn't work. The tablet remained stubbornly locked on that black screen, the viewer count now at 18. After about a minute, text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Commencing in 30 seconds, payment received, terms accepted. I hadn't paid for anything or accepted any terms. A growing sense of unease replaced my annoyance. I tried again to shut down the tablet, even attempting to remove the battery before remembering it wasn't removable on this model. The countdown reached 0, and the black screen was replaced by an image of what appeared to be a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, harsh fluorescent lighting. The video quality was surprisingly good, high definition with clear audio. I could hear faint breathing and occasional shuffling. The camera seemed to be fixed on a corner of the room where nothing was happening, just an empty space with concrete walls. At this point, I considered simply leaving the cafe, abandoning the tablet, but my thesis research was on it. Weeks of work that I hadn't backed up recently because I'd been too busy writing. I couldn't just leave it. Besides, I told myself it was probably just some strange art project livestream or a marketing stunt for a horror film. The internet was full of weird publicity stunts like that. Then someone walked into the frame. A figure in dark clothing wearing what looked like a modified fencing mask. Mesh over the face, but solid black material covering the rest of the head. They moved with deliberate slowness, arranging items on a metal table that had been just out of frame. I couldn't see what the items were at first, but something about the methodical way they moved sent chills through me. The viewer count was now at 37, and a chat window appeared on the right side of the screen. Messages in various languages scrolled past too quickly for me to read them all, but I caught phrases like finally starting and better be worth the Bitcoin. I realized with growing horror that I'd somehow accessed some kind of dark web stream, something people were paying to watch. I frantically tried every combination of buttons on my tablet, attempting to exit, but nothing worked. The masked figure turned toward the camera, holding up what I initially thought was a thin metal rod, but soon recognized as a scalpel. They gestured with it, seemingly responding to something in the chat. Then they moved to the left, out of frame momentarily, before returning, dragging something heavy. Someone else entered the frame, not walking, but being pulled. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back, with what looked like plastic zip ties. I felt my stomach drop. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some kind of extreme performance art or elaborate hoax. The hooded person was forced into a metal chair that had been bolted to the floor, and their ankles were secured to the chair legs with more zip ties. I looked around the cafe desperately. Everyone was engaged in their own activities, typing on laptops, scrolling through phones, engaged in conversations. Normal, everyday life continuing while this horror unfolded on my screen. I considered asking for help, showing someone what was happening, but how would I explain it? And what if they thought I was deliberately watching something terrible? The masked figure removed the hood from their captive, a man, maybe in his 30s, with a gag in his mouth and terror in his eyes. His gaze darted around wildly before fixing directly on the camera. Directly at me, it seemed. The chat exploded with messages, most expressing excitement. The masked figure held up a piece of paper with something written on it, too small for me to read from the stream quality, but the chat responded with increased activity. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure began to work on the restrained man, methodically, precisely, responding to suggestions from the chat. I won't describe the details, but it became gruesomely clear that this was no hoax. The sounds alone were enough to convince me. I yanked my headphones off, but even without sound, the visuals were unbearable. I couldn't look away, not because I wanted to watch, but because I couldn't escape it. My tablet had become a window into hell that I couldn't close. About 15 minutes into this nightmare, something even more terrifying happened. A new text box appeared on my screen. Viewer number 22, location identified. A map appeared in the corner of the screen, zooming in on the United Kingdom, then England, then Sheffield, then the exact coffee shop where I was sitting. A red dot pulsed over the building. Pure panic flooded through me. Somehow they had traced my location through the stream. I frantically gathered my things, knocking over my coffee in the process. As I stood up, I noticed a new message on the screen. Viewer number 22, attempting disconnect. Payments required for exit, 2 Bitcoin. They wanted me to pay to exit the stream. 2 Bitcoin, thousands of pounds. Money I didn't have. And even if I had it, I had no way to transfer it with my tablet locked on this horror show. I abandoned the device on the table and hurried out of the cafe, heart pounding. I felt sick, violated, complicit just by having witnessed what I saw. I didn't go back to my parents' house. Instead, I went straight to the train station and returned to London that evening. I didn't report anything to the police. What would I say? That I'd accidentally accessed a dark web torture stream on public Wi-Fi? That I'd abandoned my tablet rather than watch anymore? They'd want to know how I accessed it in the first place. They might think I'd sought it out deliberately. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every notification on my phone. I changed all my passwords, installed advanced security software, even changed my phone number. I withdrew from my master's program. I couldn't face researching network security anymore. The irony was too painful. I still don't know how it happened. The most logical explanation is that the cafe's Wi-Fi had been compromised, redirecting certain connections to dark web locations. Or perhaps my tablet had been infected with malware beforehand that activated when it connected to a public network. I've run through countless scenarios in my mind, trying to make sense of it. What haunts me most isn't just what I saw, though those images are seared into my memory. It's the knowledge that somewhere in that chat were people who paid to watch, people who made requests, people who derived pleasure from witnessing unimaginable suffering. And now, somewhere out there is my tablet, potentially still connecting to that stream, with all my personal information on it. Sometimes I think I see the masked figure in crowds. Sometimes I wake up convinced they found me. But the true horror isn't that they might come for me. It's that for 15 minutes I was trapped in their world, an unwilling spectator to something that can never be unseen. And somewhere I fear it's still happening, streaming to other viewers who didn't look away soon enough. I haven't told many people about what happened during my second year at university. The few friends I've mentioned it to assumed I was exaggerating or had dreamt it after too many energy drinks during exam period. I've considered talking to professionals about it, but I worry they'd either dismiss it or worse, think there was something wrong with me for witnessing it in the first place. Writing it down feels safer somehow. I was studying computer science at Bristol University, sharing a 2-bedroom flat in university accommodation with a guy I'll call Alex. We weren't close friends, just random roommates assigned by the housing office. He seemed normal enough during our first year. Quiet, kept to himself mostly, but friendly when we did interact. He was studying psychology, spent most of his time either at the library or in his room with the door closed. I was fine with the arrangement, as I was busy with my own coursework and social life. In hindsight, there were signs something was off with Alex. His sleep schedule became increasingly erratic around the beginning of our second term. He'd be awake at odd hours, sometimes not leaving his room for days except to use the toilet or grab something from the kitchen. I noticed he'd installed an extra lock on his bedroom door. Nothing alarming in itself, but unusual for university accommodation. At the time, I brushed it off as typical eccentric student behavior. We were all stressed and developing strange habits to cope. The night it happened was completely ordinary at first. It was early March, cold and rainy outside. I'd been at a friend's birthday celebration and returned to our flat around 1 a.m., slightly tipsy, but not drunk. The flat was dark and quiet, but I could see light coming from under Alex's door, which wasn't unusual. I assumed he was studying or watching something on his laptop. I went to my room, changed into more comfortable clothes, and opened my laptop to check some coursework before bed. Our Wi-Fi was running frustratingly slow, which happened occasionally when we were both online. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking Alex was probably downloading something massive or streaming in high definition. After trying unsuccessfully to load my email for several minutes, I decided to restart our router, which was kept in the shared living area. As I passed Alex's room, I noticed his door was slightly ajar, unusual given his apparent concern for privacy. I could hear faint sounds coming from inside, but no signs of movement. I assumed he'd fallen asleep with something playing on his computer. Without thinking much about it, I gently pushed the door open a bit further, intending to quickly check if he was awake so I could tell him I was restarting the router. The room was empty. His bed was neatly made, as if it hadn't been slept in. His laptop was open on his desk, screen glowing in the otherwise dark room. I should have just closed the door and walked away. I still wish I had. But something about the scene felt off. The empty room, the open laptop, the partially open door when he was normally so private. I hesitated, then stepped inside, telling myself I was just being a concerned roommate. The laptop screen showed what looked like a video stream, dark, but with a faint glow illuminating what appeared to be a room with concrete walls. It wasn't like any streaming site I recognized. The interface was minimal, almost crude, just a video with a small counter in the corner showing what I assumed was viewer count, 178. There was a chat window to the right, text scrolling by too quickly to read properly in the brief glance I gave it. I moved closer, curiosity overriding my initial hesitation. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light from the screen, I could make out more details of whatever was being streamed. The room on screen had a clinical quality to it. Bare concrete walls, harsh overhead lighting, a drain visible in what appeared to be a concrete floor. In the center stood what looked like a metal table or gurney with someone lying on it, completely still. The camera angle was from above, giving a detached, observational perspective. My first thought was that Alex was watching some kind of medical documentary, or perhaps a horror film with a found footage aesthetic. But something about the stillness of the scene, the real-time counter of viewers, the strange interface, it all felt wrong. As I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, a figure entered the frame, approaching the table. They wore dark clothing and what appeared to be a full-face mask or helmet that concealed their features entirely. It was at that moment I noticed a small light blinking on Alex's webcam, positioned carefully to face away from his desk. With a sickening jolt, I realized he wasn't just watching this stream. He was broadcasting himself watching it. The chat window occasionally showed username Observer UK responding to messages. Observer UK was Alex, and nearly 200 people were watching him watch whatever this was. The masked figure on screen began to do something to the person on the table. Methodical movements that I couldn't fully comprehend at first. Then I saw the gleam of metal, the sudden jerk of the previously motionless body, and the horrifying reality of what I was witnessing crashed over me. This wasn't a film or a documentary. This was happening in real time. A red room, one of those dark web live streams I'd heard about, but dismissed as urban legends. And my roommate was not only watching it, but sharing his viewing experience with others. I must have made a sound, some involuntary gasp or whimper, because the chat suddenly exploded with messages. Someone there, behind you. Who's that? Alex's webcam couldn't see me, but somehow they knew someone else had entered the room. I backed away from the desk, knocking over a stack of books in my haste. The username Observer UK typed something in response, but I didn't stay to read it. I fled to my room, locked the door, and sat on my bed with my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to process what I'd just seen, to rationalize it somehow. Maybe it was an elaborate prank, or some kind of extreme performance art. Maybe Alex was participating in a psychology experiment related to his studies. Something about observing people's reactions to disturbing content. I cycled through these explanations, desperate to believe any of them. Around 20 minutes later, I heard Alex's door open and his footsteps in the hallway. They stopped outside my door. I sat completely still, hardly daring to breathe. He didn't knock or speak, just stood there for what felt like an eternity before I heard him walk away and then leave the flat entirely. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against the wall, a cricket bat I'd brought from home clutched in my hands, jumping at every sound from outside. Around dawn, I packed a bag with essentials and left for a friend's house, making up a story about a water leak in our flat. I stayed there for 3 days, debating what to do. Part of me wanted to report what I'd seen to the police, or at least the university, but what exactly had I seen? I couldn't prove anything. I had no recordings, no evidence beyond my word. And I'd been in Alex's room without permission, using his computer without consent. For all I knew, he could turn it around on me somehow. When I finally returned to the flat, Alex was acting completely normal, perhaps a bit more friendly than usual. He asked where I'd been, mentioned he'd been worried when he noticed my things were gone. I mumbled something about staying at a friend's place to work on a group project. He nodded, smiled, and went back to his room. That night, I heard him leave the flat around midnight. Driven by a compulsion I still can't fully explain, I tried his door and found it unlocked. His laptop was gone, but something made me check his closet. Hidden behind hanging clothes was a small metal lockbox. It wasn't secured. Perhaps he'd left in a hurry or felt safe with me gone for several days. Inside was an external hard drive and a notebook filled with dates, times, and what appeared to be usernames alongside amounts of cryptocurrency. I didn't touch anything, just closed the box and the closet and returned to my room. The next morning, I applied for an emergency housing transfer, claiming severe allergies in my current accommodation. It took 2 weeks to process, 2 weeks of living with Alex, pretending everything was normal while avoiding being alone with him. 2 weeks of lying awake at night, listening to the sounds of his keyboard through our shared wall, wondering what horrors he was witnessing or perhaps orchestrating. On my last day, as I was moving out, Alex helped me carry some boxes to the university van. He was perfectly pleasant, wished me well with my studies, even suggested we keep in touch. As we shook hands goodbye, he leaned in slightly and whispered something that made my blood freeze. The username I'd seen in the chat that night, one that had been commenting enthusiastically on the proceedings, a username that could only have been visible if I'd been standing exactly where I had been, looking at his screen. I never reported what I saw. I told myself there wasn't enough evidence, that I could have misinterpreted everything. I switched courses shortly after, transferring to another university in a different city. I've never looked Alex up on social media or tried to find out what happened to him. Some days, I almost convinced myself I imagined the whole thing, that stress and exhaustion had caused me to catastrophize something innocent. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about those 178 people watching that stream. Were they all like Alex, broadcasting themselves watching? A network of observers watching each other watch unspeakable things. And how many Alexes are out there right now in university accommodations and shared flats, behind locked doors with the glow of their screens illuminating otherwise ordinary faces? The thought that haunts me most isn't what I saw on that screen. It's how normal Alex seemed afterward, how easily he moved through the world, carrying what he'd seen inside him like it was nothing at all. I've never really told anyone this story before. I mean, how do you even begin to explain something like this without people thinking you're making it up or that you've lost your mind? I've been sitting on this experience for months now, but I think I need to share it, even if anonymously. Maybe someone out there has seen something similar, or maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it all. So I work as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds. Always been a night owl. I do my best work between like 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. when everything's quiet and I can focus. Been that way since uni, where I studied visual arts before getting into the digital side of things. My parents always worried about my weird hours, but I'd just tell them that's how creative types operate, you know. This all went down about 7 months ago. I was in the middle of this brutal deadline crunch for a local business rebrand with an impossible timeline. For 3 days straight, I'd been working until the sun came up, living off energy drinks and takeaway. By the fourth night, I'd finally submitted everything and was in that weird state where you're mentally exhausted, but too wired on caffeine to actually sleep. I'm sure you've been there, when you're too tired to do anything productive, but still awake. So you just mindlessly scroll online. That night, I ended up on YouTube, watching these increasingly obscure videos about design history. Nothing exciting, just background noise that was vaguely related to my field, while my brain idled. It must have been around 4 a.m. when something odd popped up in my recommendations. The thumbnail was really nondescript, just this dark, poorly lit room. The title was bizarre. A bunch of random characters with dots and dashes, like some kind of code or something. The channel was called V1UW3RPR1V, with no profile picture. What caught my eye was that it only had 13 views, despite being uploaded 3 weeks earlier. Weird that it would even be recommended to me. Looking back, I wish I could say I clicked it out of curiosity, but honestly, I was just on autopilot. I was so tired that the strangeness barely registered. I figured it was probably some obscure art project or a mislabeled video. When it loaded, it just showed this dark room with concrete walls and a single overhead light. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition with clear audio. You could hear ventilation sounds and occasional metallic noises in the background. Nothing happened for about 30 seconds. It was just this empty room. I was about to click away when text appeared. Premiere starting in 2 minutes. Exclusive access granted. I assumed it was just one of those YouTube Premiere features, though I didn't remember clicking on any notification for it. But in my zombified state, I figured I'd wait the 2 minutes just to see what it was. Then this chat window appeared on the right. Not the normal YouTube chat, but something that looked built into the video itself. These usernames I didn't recognize started posting messages, mostly in English, but some in what looked like Russian or other Eastern European languages. They seemed excited about something, mentioning payments and special access. I remember thinking it must be some exclusive tutorial or workshop that I'd somehow gotten access to by mistake. When the countdown finished, the camera angle shifted, panning to show more of the room. And that's when I saw it, a metal table in the center with someone lying on it. My brain was slow to catch up, and I initially thought it might be some kind of medical demonstration or anatomy lesson. The person was partially covered with a sheet and completely still. Then someone walked into the frame wearing surgical gloves, a medical mask and cap that covered most of their face. Even then, I didn't fully process what I was seeing. My tired brain was thinking maybe it's underground medical education, some grey market surgery demonstration. The person started arranging tools on a smaller table, scalpels, clamps, and other things I couldn't identify. The chat went crazy, with users posting what looked like suggestions and requests. It wasn't until they pulled the sheet back more and I could see restraints on the person's wrists and ankles that I started feeling seriously uneasy. I could see their chest moving rapidly, like they were panicking or in pain. This clearly wasn't educational. No legitimate medical demonstration would restrain someone like that. As the masked figure picked up a scalpel and turned toward the restrained person, it hit me what I was actually watching. This wasn't a demonstration at all. I went to close my browser, but then noticed something that made me freeze. The chat showed a new message, highlighted in red. Viewer from Leeds, UK. Special request privilege activated. Guidance requested. They had my location. Somehow, whatever this twisted stream was, had accessed my location data, despite my privacy settings and VPN. I panicked as the masked figure paused, apparently waiting for instructions. The chat filled with messages directed at Leeds viewer, encouraging me to type something, to participate. My hands were shaking as I tried to close the browser, but a pop-up appeared. Leaving now will log your IP and device information for tracking. Confirm exit. I didn't even think. just yanked my Wi-Fi router's power cable straight out of the wall. My screen went black for a moment before returning to my desktop with the browser closed. I sat there in the sudden silence, heart pounding out of my chest, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I somehow stumbled onto a dark web live stream that got onto YouTube? Was it an elaborate hoax? Some extreme ARG that crossed the line? Whatever it was, they knew where I was. Specific enough to know my city. There was no way I could sleep after that. I spent what was left of the night researching similar experiences, finding plenty of urban legends about red rooms and illegal live streams, but nothing concrete. Most sources dismissed them as myths, saying they're technically impossible. But what I'd seen felt real. In the morning, I reported the channel to YouTube and tried to find the video again to report it specifically, but it had vanished from my watch history. The V1U3RPL1V channel didn't exist anymore when I searched for it. I thought about going to the police but stopped myself. What would I even say? That I watched part of what might have been a torture live stream at 4 a.m. while half delirious from exhaustion. That it somehow knew my location despite my precautions. They'd either think I was hallucinating or, worse, suspect me of something. For a week after, I was completely on edge, checking my logs constantly and staying offline as much as possible for work. I convinced myself it was probably some elaborate scam to frighten people into revealing personal information or downloading malware. The alternative was too disturbing to think about. Then a package showed up at my door. No return address, just my name and address printed on a generic label. Inside was a small USB drive and a handwritten note with a string of characters matching the title of that YouTube video. I never plugged the drive in, just destroyed it immediately along with the note. Then spent the next day frantically packing whatever I could. I moved to a different city the following week, told my friends and family it was for a job opportunity, changed my phone number, created new email accounts, even switched internet providers. Excessive? Maybe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that by clicking that video, I'd somehow been tagged or marked for something. Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was all just a weird hallucination from exhaustion and too much caffeine. That there was no video, no chat room identifying my location, no package, just my brain making connections between random coincidences. I've mostly returned to normal, though I don't work late into the night anymore, and I've maxed out the privacy settings on every platform I use. But occasionally, when I'm just browsing online, I'll notice a video thumbnail that seems familiar. A dark room, clinical looking. It never stays in my recommendations long, disappearing when I refresh the page. And twice now, I've gotten emails from anonymous addresses containing nothing but strings of dots and dashes. I never open them. What scares me most isn't even what I glimpsed that night. It's knowing that it was hiding in plain sight, on the most popular video platform in the world, accessible through nothing more than an algorithm recommendation. How many other horrific things are lurking just one click away from our everyday browsing? How many other tired, unsuspecting people have stumbled on similar streams? And how many of them got packages afterward? I don't stay up late anymore. I don't let autoplay run while I'm not paying attention. And I definitely never click on videos with titles I don't understand, no matter how harmless they seem. The line between the regular internet and its darkest corners might be thinner than we think. Just one recommendation away. I've tried talking to friends about bits and pieces of this, but they either think I'm making it up or that I've been watching too many horror films. I considered seeking professional help, but how do you explain something like this without sounding completely unhinged or having the police called on you? So I'm sharing it here, anonymously, Maybe someone will recognize the pattern I've seen and take it seriously. I'm a data analyst for a marketing firm in Birmingham. Nothing exciting. I basically look at spreadsheets and customer behavior patterns all day. I've always been good at spotting connections, even as a kid. My brain just works that way, seeing relationships between seemingly unrelated things. It made me good at math, puzzles, that sort of thing. Later, it helped me land this job analyzing consumer trends. I never thought this particular skill would lead me somewhere so dark. This all started about 4 months ago when my girlfriend and I broke up. It wasn't dramatic. We just wanted different things. She moved out of our flat, taking most of our electronics with her since she'd bought them. Left me with just my work laptop and an old iPad with a cracked screen that she didn't want anymore. The iPad was ancient by today's standards, slow, battery barely holding a charge, with this spiderweb crack running across one corner. But it worked well enough for basic browsing while lying in bed, which is pretty much all I used it for. One night, I was having trouble sleeping and mindlessly scrolling through random forums on the iPad. I ended up on this obscure technology board where people were discussing ways to access parts of the internet that aren't indexed by search engines. I've always been somewhat curious about the dark web, not because I wanted to do anything illegal, just from a technical perspective. I'd never actually tried accessing it before though. Someone on the forum had posted instructions for setting up Tor on older devices, specifically mentioning it worked on outdated iPads. Just out of boredom and curiosity, I followed the steps. It wasn't particularly difficult. Download the app, adjust some settings, restart. Within about 15 minutes, I had access to .onion sites. At first, I just visited the standard stuff you hear about, Tor search engines, some marketplaces, which I just looked at, didn't buy anything. Forums about privacy. Most of it was pretty mundane, actually. The dark web has this mythical reputation, but much of it is just like the regular internet, just slower and with a worse user interface. After a few nights of casual browsing, I stumbled across a link on a forum to something called The Gallery. The post described it as a place for art collectors with unique tastes. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked through. The site was minimalist, black background, white text, no images on the main page. Just a brief description stating that the gallery hosted live exhibitions of performance art that explores the boundaries of human experience. There was a schedule showing dates and times of upcoming exhibitions and an archive of past ones. Nothing explicitly stated what these performances entailed, but something about the clinical, detached language made me uneasy. Still, I found myself clicking on the next scheduled exhibition, set to begin in about 10 minutes from when I discovered the site. A countdown timer appeared on screen, along with a viewer count that slowly ticked upward. I remember thinking it was probably some illegal drug use, or maybe extreme body modification, the kind of shock content that exists in grey areas of legality. When the timer reached 0, a single image appeared on screen, a photograph of a middle-aged man with glasses, looking like an ordinary professional headshot that might appear on a company website. He had grey hair, wore a blue button-up shirt, and was smiling slightly at the camera. The photo remained for about 30 seconds before the screen transitioned to video. The video showed a sparse room with concrete walls. In the center was the same man from the photo, now tied to a chair. He was conscious, struggling against his restraints. A figure in dark clothing and a featureless mask stood behind him. I immediately tried to exit the page, horrified by what I was clearly about to witness, but the iPad froze. The browser wouldn't close, the home button wasn't responding, and even holding down the power button did nothing. In a panic, I threw the iPad face down on my bed and backed away from it. I could still hear audio, muffled sounds of struggle, then pain. I grabbed headphones and put on music to drown it out while repeatedly trying to restart the device. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably about 20 minutes, the iPad finally turned off when I held the power button long enough. I was shaking, telling myself I should report what I'd seen to authorities. But then doubts crept in. What if it wasn't real? What if it was an elaborate performance? Some extreme shock site designed to look authentic? And how would I explain what I was doing on the dark web in the first place? I decided to sleep on it, convinced that in the morning light, I'd be able to think more clearly. The next day, I turned the iPad back on, half expecting the video to resume, but everything seemed normal. I avoided using Tor again, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen wasn't real. For almost a week, I used the iPad only for mundane browsing, news, YouTube, social media. Then one night, unable to sleep, I found myself reopening Tor. I told myself I was just going to look at benign dark websites, maybe some of the privacy forums. But I found myself navigating back to the gallery, drawn by a horrible fascination and lingering doubt about whether what I'd seen was real. The site had updated. Another exhibition was scheduled for that night. I promised myself I would just look at the main page, not click through to any streams. But as I was about to close the browser, I noticed something in the previous exhibition section, a thumbnail of the man I'd seen, with a date and viewer count. The clinical description read only, subject number 47, 89% satisfaction rating. Almost without thinking, I clicked on the next scheduled exhibition, the same countdown, the same slowly rising viewer count. When the timer hit 0, another photograph appeared, this time of a young woman with dark hair. Just a normal photo that looked like it might have been taken from social media. 30 seconds later, the stream began, showing the same room, the same setup. I closed my eyes and frantically tried to turn off the iPad again, eventually succeeding by holding down both the home and power buttons. This cycle repeated over the next several weeks. Despite my horror, despite promising myself each time that I wouldn't go back, I kept returning to the site. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that eventually I would report it. But the truth was more disturbing. I was trying to understand the pattern, trying to see the connection. My analyst brain couldn't let go of the puzzle. I noticed they always streamed at different times, never following a predictable schedule. The only consistent element was that each stream was preceded by that ordinary photograph of the victim, displayed for exactly 30 seconds. Sometimes days would pass between streams, sometimes only hours. After witnessing 6 of these horrible events, I began to notice something else. The photographs weren't just random. They all shared subtle similarities. All appeared to be taken in public places with the subjects unaware they were being photographed, despite looking like ordinary portraits at first glance. All showed people in population centres across the UK. I recognized landmarks or shop signs in the backgrounds of several. Then came the night that changed everything. I opened the site to find the stream scheduled to begin in just 2 minutes. When the countdown ended and the photograph appeared, my blood turned to ice. The photo showed a man walking out of my office building. One of my colleagues, someone I passed in the hallway every day but didn't know well. I stared in disbelief, telling myself it had to be a coincidence, that I was seeing connections that weren't there. But there was no mistaking the building, the company logo partially visible behind him, the distinctive red scarf he often wore. In a panic, I tried to contact him, found his email in the company directory and sent a vague warning about being careful. I tried searching for his phone number, but company policy didn't share those details. I even briefly considered calling the police, but what would I say? That I'd been watching illegal streams on the dark web and recognized someone? I never saw my colleague at work again. 3 days later, an announcement was made that he had unexpectedly resigned for personal reasons. No one seemed to find it strange except me. That's when I started really analyzing the pattern. I went back through screenshots I'd taken of the site, my way of documenting what I'd found, though I'd never actually shown them to anyone. I began mapping the locations where the photos were taken, the dates, trying to establish some pattern to predict where they might strike next. Last week, I noticed something that made my heart stop. The locations were forming a spiral pattern across the UK map, moving gradually inward with Birmingham at the centre. And based on the timing between photos and streams, I could predict when the next one would likely occur. Yesterday morning, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. No subject line, no message, just an attachment. Against all better judgment, I opened it. It was a photograph of me, walking into my apartment building, taken from across the street. I'm scheduled to appear on the gallery tonight. I'm writing this from a hotel 100 miles from my flat. I've turned off my phone, withdrawn cash instead of using cards, told no one where I've gone. But I keep thinking about the pattern, about how methodical these people are. They found my email somehow. They knew who I was. And someone with my analytical skills would have recognized the pattern eventually. Maybe that's exactly what they wanted. The most terrifying part isn't just the danger I'm in. It's the realization that I might have been part of their plan all along. That cracked iPad that was so conveniently left behind. The forum post with instructions specifically for old iPads. The way the site always froze when I tried to exit. What if I wasn't discovering their pattern? What if they were creating one for me to find? If you're reading this and you notice someone documenting seemingly random disappearances, mapping them, looking for connections, please take it seriously. And if you ever come across a site called a gallery, don't let curiosity get the better of you. Don't look at the photographs, because once you've seen a face there, you can never unsee it. And once you recognize the pattern, you might already be part of it. I've been debating whether to share this experience for weeks. I've tried hinting at what happened to a few close friends, but they just think I'm being dramatic or making it up for attention. I considered talking to someone professional about it, but I'm worried they'd either dismiss it or worse, think I'm somehow responsible for what I witnessed, so I'm writing it down anonymously instead. Maybe putting it into words will help me process it, or maybe someone else has seen something similar and can confirm I'm not losing my mind. I'm a graphic designer from Leeds. Nothing special about my background really. Studied art at university, fell into commercial design work afterwards, and now I freelance for various companies around the UK. The job involves a fair bit of travel for client meetings, which is why I was on that train in the first place. This happened about 2 months ago, during a journey from London back to Leeds. It was a Tuesday evening, just after 7 p.m. I'd been in the capital for a 3-day project with a fashion brand, finalizing their spring campaign materials. The meetings had run longer than expected, so I'd had to rush to catch the last direct train home. I was exhausted, running on about 4 hours of sleep and too many coffees. The train was surprisingly empty for a weekday evening, just a few business types scattered throughout the carriage, everyone keeping to themselves. I settled into a table seat, spreading out my laptop and tablet to catch up on some work during the 2.5-hour journey. The Wi-Fi on these trains is usually rubbish, but I connect out of habit more than expectation. About 30 minutes into the journey, I was getting frustrated with my laptop's battery running low, so I packed it away and switched to my tablet instead. Just mindless browsing at first, checking emails, scrolling through design blogs, that sort of thing. I remember feeling that particular kind of boredom you get when you're too tired to work but too wired to sleep. The train's Wi-Fi kept dropping in and out as we passed through different areas. That's when I noticed a notification I hadn't seen before about premium Wi-Fi being available on the train. I clicked it without thinking much of it, assuming it was just the rail company trying to upsell their internet service. Instead of a payment page, though, I got redirected to what looked like a gaming site. The interface was sleek and minimal. Black background with red text, surprisingly professional looking for what I assumed was just some dodgy pop-up ad. The header indicated it was some kind of interactive experience, with a tagline underneath suggesting real consequences for real decisions. I almost closed it immediately, thinking it was just another mobile game advert. What made me pause was the viewer count in the corner. Over 15,000 people apparently watching at that moment. Seemed high for a random ad. Below that was a countdown timer, showing about 2 minutes remaining until the next round. My curiosity got the better of me. I figured I'd give it 30 seconds to see what this game was about before closing it. The page had a chat window scrolling rapidly with messages in multiple languages, most of which I couldn't understand. The English comments were making references to previous rounds and debating strategy for the upcoming one. As the timer approached 0, the screen changed to show what looked like a live stream. The video quality wasn't great, but I could make out what appeared to be a room with concrete walls. There were 3 people visible, each standing on what looked like trapdoors or platforms. They all wore plain clothes and had bags over their heads. Standing off to the side was another figure in dark clothing and some kind of mask or helmet that obscured their features entirely. My first thought was that this must be one of those extreme escape room games that get live streamed. I'd heard about immersive horror experiences where people sign up to be legitimately frightened. The production value seemed too high for an amateur setup, which made me think it might be marketing for a new horror film or streaming series. A graphic appeared over each of the 3 hooded figures, simply labeled as A, B, and C, with percentage bars underneath. Text at the bottom of the screen urged viewers to vote now with a 30-second countdown. Without really thinking about it, I tapped option B, assuming this was just how the game worked. Audience participation to determine what happened next in this staged scenario. The voting ended, and the percentages finalized at something like 28% for A, 42% for B, and 30% for C. As soon as the results locked in, the platform beneath person B, the one I'd voted for, opened. There was no dramatic scream, no theatrical performance, just the sickening thud of a body hitting something below, followed by sounds I can't bring myself to describe in detail. The camera angle changed to show what was beneath the trapdoor, and that's when I realized with absolute horror that what I was watching couldn't possibly be staged. I immediately tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't respond. I pressed the home button, the power button, even tried to force restart the tablet, but nothing worked. The live stream continued, now showing the remaining 2 people visibly trembling on their platforms. The chat window was exploding with activity, viewers expressing excitement about the authentic reaction and placing bets on who would be next. A new text box appeared on my screen, identifying me as a first-time voter from the Leeds London train service and welcoming me to what they called the choice community. My blood ran cold. How did they know where I was? I looked around the carriage frantically, suddenly paranoid that someone was watching me, but the few other passengers remained absorbed in their own devices or sleeping against the windows. The next voting round began. This time, I desperately tried not to participate, but the app seemed to have locked my tablet completely. A notification appeared informing me that voting was mandatory for all connected viewers, and failure to vote would result in automatic IP tracking. A countdown showed I had 15 seconds to make a selection. In a panic, I turned off the tablet's Wi-Fi, but the stream continued uninterrupted. Somehow, it had cached or was using data I didn't know I had. With seconds remaining and no way to escape the choice, I selected option A, telling myself that maybe if I picked the one with the lowest previous votes, it wouldn't matter. I was wrong. The voting ended with A at 51%. I had tipped the balance. The trapdoor opened, and I became an unwitting accomplice to whatever happened next. I couldn't watch. I covered the screen with my jacket and frantically pressed the power button until finally, mercifully, the tablet shut down. I sat there shaking for the remainder of the journey, afraid to turn my device back on. When I finally arrived in Leeds, I went straight home and poured myself a large whiskey, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It had to be an elaborate hoax or viral marketing. The next morning, I woke up hoping the whole thing had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. I cautiously turned on my tablet, bracing myself for what might appear, but everything seemed normal. The browser history showed no record of the site, and there were no unusual apps installed. I almost convinced myself I had dreamed the entire experience. Then I checked my email. There was a message from an address that was just a string of numbers and letters. No subject line. The body contained only a Bitcoin wallet address and text indicating my Choice community membership was pending payment, with premium voting rights available for half a Bitcoin. I deleted the email immediately and ran a full virus scan on all my devices. Nothing came up. I've since factory reset both my tablet and phone, changed all my passwords, and installed additional security software. I haven't taken a train since, and I never connect to public Wi-Fi anymore. For weeks, I tried to find information about what I'd witnessed, searched for this interactive choice game and countless variations, looked through dark web forums using Tor browser, even anonymously asked in some tech communities if anyone had encountered something similar. Nothing concrete ever came up, though I found enough vague references to choice communities and consequence streams to convince me I hadn't imagined it. Last week, I received a small package in the mail, no return address. Inside was a cheap prepaid phone and a note with a date, time, and website address. The date is tomorrow. I don't know what happens if I don't log in, but the note made it clear that my voting responsibility wasn't optional. What terrifies me most isn't just what I saw on that stream. It's how easily I became part of it. One curious click during a moment of boredom on a train, and suddenly I was complicit in something unspeakable. I keep thinking about how many other bored travelers, students, or office workers might have clicked similar links. How many of us are out there, accidentally pulled into this hidden network, too scared or ashamed to talk about what we've seen or done? I've thrown away the phone. I've booked a flight to stay with a friend in Germany for a few weeks. I'm writing this from the airport now, but I can't shake the feeling that wherever I go, whatever device I use, they'll find a way to make me choose again. After all, they already knew which train I was on, where I was going. They already had my email. What else do they know? And what happens to people who refuse to keep voting? I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it. Not my friends, not my family. Definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside. So maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university. Worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches, and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. Accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane. Assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic, just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. The technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best, a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation, some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment, a depraved form of entertainment, an elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, when will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone, but I need to get it off my chest before I lose my mind. You know how some experiences are so disturbing that you start to doubt whether they actually happened? That's where I've been for the past 3 months since that night at the Penumbra Gallery. I keep telling myself it couldn't have been real, that I imagined it all. But then I'll catch a news item about another missing person or see an advertisement for an exclusive art show, and it all comes flooding back. I tried going to the police, but the investigation went nowhere. It's like the whole thing has been wiped clean, and I can't shake the feeling that people with serious money and influence want to keep it that way. I've spent the last decade as an arts journalist for various online publications, specializing in the more experimental corners of the contemporary art world. My particular focus has been the intersection of technology and art, AI-generated exhibitions, VR installations, blockchain-authenticated pieces, that sort of thing. This naturally led me to develop an understanding of the darker aspects of digital culture, including the infamous corners of the dark web, where contraband and controversial content circulates beyond mainstream scrutiny. The invitation to the Penumbra Gallery opening arrived via an encrypted email from a source I'd previously interviewed for a piece on controversial digital art markets. The exhibition was titled Visceral Truth and promised to transcend the boundaries between observer and subject through revolutionary live performance techniques. The gallery was a pop-up in an abandoned warehouse in East London, operating for just 3 nights. My source mentioned that several wealthy collectors and dark web art dealers would be present, making it a valuable networking opportunity. The exclusivity appealed to me. Invitation only, no photography permitted, no public social media coverage. I'd attended similar underground exhibitions before and written anonymous reviews that earned me credibility in certain circles. This didn't seem particularly different from other avant-garde showings where the location is revealed only hours before the event. The night of the exhibition was unseasonably cold for September. I arrived at the warehouse at precisely 9 p.m., as instructed. The building looked derelict from the outside, broken windows patched with black plastic, graffiti covering the lower walls, no visible signage indicating an art event was occurring inside. Only the presence of a well-dressed doorman checking names against a tablet suggested anything legitimate was happening there. After verifying my identity and confiscating my mobile phone, standard practice for exclusive events seeking to prevent leaks, I was ushered through a series of black curtains into the main exhibition space. The transformation from decrepit exterior to polished gallery was impressive. The cavernous interior had been divided into various chambers using temporary walls, each space spotlessly white with professional lighting. Approximately 40 people milled about, drinking champagne from crystal flutes and speaking in hushed tones, a mixture of recognizable art world figures and individuals I suspected were the wealthy collectors my source had mentioned. The first few exhibition rooms featured relatively conventional shock art, photographs of extreme body modifications, video installations showing ritual scarification, sculptures made from what appeared to be preserved animal remains. Provocative, certainly, but nothing particularly groundbreaking for someone familiar with this corner of the art world. I remember thinking the exhibition was surprisingly tame, given the secretive nature of the invitation. It wasn't until I reached the central chamber that things began to feel genuinely unsettling. This room was larger than the others, with a raised circular platform in the center, surrounded by gallery-style seating. A sign indicated this would be the location of the evening's live performance, scheduled to begin at 11 p.m. What caught my attention, however, was the unusual technical setup. Multiple cameras on tripods positioned around the platform, connected to a sophisticated-looking control station where a man in black adjusted settings on several monitors. I overheard fragments of conversation that initially seemed like typical art world pretension, but took on more disturbing connotations in retrospect. Phrases like authentic reaction capture and unfiltered visceral response were exchanged alongside what sounded like technical terminology about stream quality and connection security. One particularly animated conversation near me included mention of premium access packages and cryptocurrency-only transactions. At 10:30 p.m., attendees were encouraged to view the final exhibition room before the performance began. This space contained what appeared to be documentation of previous performances. Photographs showing individuals in various states of distress, their bodies adorned with what I assumed were elaborate makeup effects simulating wounds, burns, and other injuries. The accompanying placards described these as consensual transformative experiences and the ultimate surrender of bodily autonomy in service of artistic truth. The technical proficiency was impressive. I remember commenting to another attendee about the realistic nature of the effects. He smiled in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, remarking that the Penumbra Collective was known for its commitment to authenticity. As 11 p.m. approached, we were guided back to the central chamber. The lights had been dimmed except for those illuminating the platform, creating a theatrical atmosphere. A woman in a sleek black dress circulated with a tablet, collecting email addresses from attendees who wished to receive the full documentation package. I provided mine, assuming this referred to photographs of the performance, or perhaps a digital catalogue. The gallery director, a tall, angular woman with silver hair, stepped onto the platform to introduce the evening's performance. Her explanation was a nauseating mix of artistic jargon and philosophical posturing about confronting the reality of human fragility and democratizing the experience of suffering. She explained that the performance would be live-streamed to private collectors and patrons unable to attend in person, and that interaction between the physical and virtual audiences would form part of the experience. When the performer was led onto the platform, something felt immediately wrong. Unlike the confident, self-possessed individuals usually found in performance art, this man moved hesitantly, his eyes darting around the room with unmistakable fear. He was young, perhaps mid-20s, thin and pale with numerous tattoos. His wrists bore marks suggesting recent restraint, though these could have been makeup effects consistent with the exhibition's aesthetic. Two assistants positioned him in the center of the platform, securing his ankles to hidden anchor points on the floor. The gallery director explained this was for stability during the transformative process. But his increasing agitation suggested whatever was about to happen wasn't entirely consensual. The realization dawned on me with sickening clarity when the control station operator announced that the stream was live and bidding could commence. On the monitors, I could see what appeared to be a chat interface filled with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. The gallery director began describing potential modifications while gesturing to different areas of the young man's body, each suggestion corresponding with flurries of activity in the chat. This wasn't performance art simulating harm. It was actual torture being live-streamed to paying viewers on the dark web, disguised as an avant-garde exhibition for a carefully selected in-person audience who were either complicit or, like me, had been duped into providing legitimacy to the event. I felt frozen in place as the first procedure began. A small but unmistakably real incision on the man's shoulder, performed with surgical precision by one of the assistants now wearing latex gloves. The victim's muffled scream cut through the appreciative murmurs of the audience. On the monitors, bids increased rapidly as viewers requested specific modifications. I should have left immediately, should have found help. But a paralyzing mixture of disbelief and fear kept me rooted to my seat. Surely this couldn't be real. Perhaps it was an elaborate hoax designed to provoke exactly the horror I was feeling. The attendance of respected art world figures seemed to support this hypothesis. I desperately clung to this explanation, even as the evidence before my eyes became increasingly difficult to rationalize away. The true turning point came when I made eye contact with the victim. There was no performance in his terror, no artistic statement in his suffering. In that moment of connection, I knew with absolute certainty that I was witnessing something genuinely monstrous. I rose to leave, trying to appear casual, claiming to need the toilet when questioned by one of the staff. Instead of directing me to facilities, however, he insisted on escorting me, his hand firmly gripping my elbow in a way that suggested leaving wasn't truly an option. In the hallway outside the main chamber, I encountered the gallery director engaged in conversation with two attendees. They were discussing private commissions and customized experiences in terms that made it clear the night's performance was merely an introduction to services offered through more discreet channels. When they noticed me, the conversation halted abruptly. The director approached, asking pointed questions about my publication and how I'd received my invitation. Her previously performative warmth had vanished, replaced by calculated assessment. When I mentioned my source, her expression shifted subtly, and she exchanged a glance with my escort that made my blood run cold. What followed was presented as a special tour of the artist's preparation area, but felt unmistakably like being taken into custody. I was led through a service door into the warehouse's back rooms, where the carefully constructed gallery aesthetic gave way to the building's industrial reality. In one room, computer equipment far more sophisticated than necessary for a simple art installation processed what appeared to be multiple live streams. In another, 3 frightened-looking individuals, similar in appearance to the performer on the platform, sat huddled under the watch of a security guard. The director explained in the same poised, articulate manner she'd used during the performance introduction that I had been granted access to privileged information and would need to sign extensive non-disclosure agreements. The alternative, implied rather than stated explicitly, involved joining those awaiting performance opportunities. I signed whatever was placed before me, my hand shaking so violently I barely recognized my own signature. The documents included clauses about artistic confidentiality and performance ethics that thinly disguised their true purpose: to silence witnesses to criminal activity. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes, I was returned to the main gallery space where the performance continued. The victim was still conscious, but clearly in shock, his body now bearing multiple modifications that would leave permanent scars at best. The audience watched with the detached appreciation of conventional gallery patrons, occasionally consulting their phones, presumably to follow the online auction determining what would happen next. I remained only long enough to avoid suspicion, then claimed illness and requested to leave. My phone was returned, but when I checked it later, I discovered all photos from that day had been deleted and the device had been reset to factory settings. In the following days, I attempted to report what I'd witnessed to the police. Their initial interest waned rapidly after they visited the warehouse, finding it empty with no evidence of the gallery's existence. The names I provided led nowhere. The Penumbra Collective had no official registration, the gallery director was untraceable, and the building's ownership was buried under layers of shell companies. A week later, I received an email containing only a link. Against my better judgment, I clicked it, finding myself on a password-protected site that appeared to be a catalogue of performances available for private commission. The thumbnail images were mercifully blurred, but recognizable enough that I could identify the young man from the exhibition among them. The final message arrived yesterday, a digital invitation to the next Penumbra event, scheduled for next month at an undisclosed location. The invitation included a personal note mentioning how my journalistic perspective had been particularly valuable and suggesting I might wish to participate more directly in future performances. I've deleted my email accounts, changed my phone number, and am staying with a friend while I arrange more permanent relocation. But I know these precautions are likely insufficient. The Penumbra Collective operates at the intersection of the art world and the dark web, with connections and resources beyond what conventional authorities can easily trace. Every gallery opening I see advertised now fills me with dread. Every art performance a potential front for unimaginable cruelty. The boundary between provocative creativity and genuine atrocity has been irrevocably blurred in my mind. And somewhere, I know the next exhibition is already being prepared, with new performers selected and wealthy patrons eagerly awaiting their invitations. It's been 3 months since I disembarked from the Orpheus, and sometimes I convince myself it was all just some fever dream brought on by too much sun and champagne. But then I'll catch a news headline about another wealthy passenger gone missing at sea, and the memories come flooding back with such clarity that I can almost smell the salt air mingling with blood. I've always been fascinated by the dark web. As a cybersecurity analyst for a major banking group in London, part of my job involved understanding how financial data ends up for sale on hidden marketplaces. I'd spent years mapping these shadow economies, cryptocurrency tumbling services, escrow systems for illegal transactions, auction sites for stolen identities. But all my research had been conducted through secure terminals in our company's basement, never venturing beyond observation into participation. I was the digital equivalent of a wildlife photographer, watching predators from a safe distance. That professional distance disappeared the moment I stepped aboard the Orpheus. The cruise had been a gift from my brother James, who works for the company that owns the ship. Sovereign Seas, they call themselves, a relatively new luxury cruise line catering exclusively to the ultra-wealthy. James isn't rich himself, but his position in their corporate security division occasionally afforded him perks like complimentary cabins during the ship's inaugural season. When his girlfriend backed out at the last minute, he offered me the ticket, knowing I was burned out and desperately needed a break from staring at code all day. "Just bring a nice suit for the captain's dinner and don't embarrass me," he'd said. I remember laughing, thinking the biggest challenge would be pretending to belong among people who considered £50,000 for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise to be a reasonable expense. The Orpheus was unlike any cruise ship I'd seen before, more floating luxury hotel than vessel. My cabin, despite being one of the smallest offered, was larger than my London flat. Everything gleamed with new money opulence. Marble bathrooms, private balconies, artworks by recognizable names adorning every corridor. The ship boasted 5 restaurants, 3 swimming pools, a casino, spa, cinema, and countless other amenities designed to ensure its wealthy patrons never experienced a moment of boredom. I spent the first 3 days in a pleasant haze of luxury, feeling gloriously out of place among hedge fund managers, tech entrepreneurs, oil magnates, and their surgically enhanced partners. Most passengers ignored me entirely, which suited me fine. I was content to lounge by the adults-only infinity pool, working my way through complimentary cocktails and paperback thrillers. It was on the 4th night that I noticed something odd. I'd ventured to the casino after dinner, not to gamble, I couldn't afford the minimum stakes, but to people watch. I was nursing a whiskey at the bar when I overheard a conversation between 2 men seated nearby. They weren't being particularly discreet, perhaps assuming that no one would understand the terminology they were using. But to someone who spent their career studying illicit digital marketplaces, phrases like secure proxy chain, and Monero transfer confirmation stood out like sirens. I didn't turn to look at them directly, but angled my phone to capture their reflection in the bar's mirrored backsplash. One was elderly, perhaps in his 70s, with the leathery tan of someone who wintered exclusively in tropical climates. The other was younger, maybe 40, with the muscular build of someone who paid handsomely for personal training. Both wore expensive watches and spoke with American accents. "Level B access is guaranteed with the package you purchased," the younger man was saying. "The stream quality is excellent, and interaction options are available for premium members." The older man nodded, sliding what looked like a matte black credit card across the bar. Same verification process as last time. Something in their manner, the furtive glances, the careful phrasing, triggered my professional paranoia. In my line of work, you develop a sixth sense for when people are discussing things they shouldn't be. I'd assumed my dark web investigations would stay firmly in London, not follow me into this floating palace of privilege. I might have forgotten about it entirely had I not encountered the same younger man the following day. I was exploring the ship, trying to walk off a hangover, when I noticed him speaking with a crew member in a service corridor I'd accidentally wandered into. They both gave me sharp looks before the crew member directed me back to the passenger areas with a practiced smile. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a security keypad beside an unmarked door. Unusual, given that crew areas typically used RFID badges for access. Curiosity got the better of me. That evening, I messaged James, asking if there were restricted areas on the ship beyond the usual crew quarters and engine rooms. His response was oddly hesitant. He asked why I wanted to know, then advised me to stick to the passenger decks and not go looking for trouble. When pressed, he claimed ignorance, saying corporate security wasn't privy to all shipboard operations. His evasiveness only intensified my interest. Over the next 2 days, I began paying closer attention to the ship's layout, noticing small inconsistencies between the deck plans posted for emergency purposes and the actual structure I was exploring. There appeared to be spaces unaccounted for, not unusual in ship design, where mechanical systems often occupy irregular voids. But combined with what I'd overheard, it piqued my professional curiosity. I also observed patterns among certain passengers. About a dozen individuals seemed to receive special treatment. Crew members would speak to them in hushed tones. Electronic key cards were discreetly exchanged, and they would occasionally disappear for hours despite not being in their cabins or any public areas. All were men of significant wealth, based on snippets of conversation I overheard and quick internet searches of names I managed to learn. On the 7th night of the cruise, I decided to follow one of them. I'd noticed a Russian businessman who frequently spoke with the young American from the casino. After dinner, I watched him receive what looked like a small black card from a crew member, then head toward an elevator bank reserved for premium suites. I waited until the doors closed before calling another elevator, then selected the lowest passenger deck, assuming he'd gone downward rather than up to the suite levels. When the doors opened, I found myself in a corridor identical to other passenger decks, but eerily quiet. Most of the ship's activity happened on higher levels. This deck primarily contained mechanical spaces and cheaper inside cabins. I glimpsed the Russian turning a corner ahead and followed at a discreet distance. He stopped at what appeared to be a service entrance, a metal door with no markings except a small digital panel. After entering a code and scanning his black card, the door opened and he disappeared inside. I waited several minutes, debating whether to approach the door myself when another passenger, a Saudi man I recognized from the casino, arrived and performed the same entry ritual. I'm not sure what compelled me to continue. Professional curiosity, the thrill of investigation after days of mindless luxury. Whatever the reason, I positioned myself where I could observe the door while pretending to be engrossed in my phone. Over the next hour, 3 more men entered, using the same procedure. I was about to give up and return to my cabin when a crew member emerged from the door. He propped it open with his foot while speaking into a radio, distracted by whatever instructions he was receiving. It was perhaps the only opportunity I would get. With a casualness I didn't feel, I walked briskly toward the door as though I belonged there. The crew member, still distracted by his call, barely glanced at me as I slipped past him into a narrow corridor that sloped gently downward. The door closed behind me with a soft pneumatic hiss. The difference was immediate. Gone were the plush carpets and ambient lighting of the passenger areas, replaced by utilitarian metal flooring and stark fluorescent tubes. The air felt different too, cooler, with a subtle chemical smell underneath the usual maritime scents. I followed the corridor, passing several unmarked doors before reaching what appeared to be a security checkpoint, an unmanned desk with a monitor showing CCTV feeds. Beyond it, the corridor split in 2 directions. From the left branch came faint sounds of conversation and the clink of glassware. To the right, silence. I chose left, reasoning that the social sounds suggested a gathering rather than restricted areas. The corridor opened into what I can only describe as a private lounge, dimly lit, with leather furnishings and a well-stocked bar. It resembled an exclusive gentleman's club. The men I'd followed were there, along with perhaps a dozen others, all clutching drinks and speaking in hushed tones. A crew member in a dark suit, rather than the usual uniform, was distributing what looked like tablet devices. I froze, suddenly aware of my mistake. This was clearly a private event, and I had no plausible reason to be there. Before I could retreat, the young American from the casino spotted me, his expression shifting from surprise to cool assessment. "Verification," he stated simply, approaching with an outstretched hand. When I failed to produce the black card, his demeanor hardened. "Security breach," he said quietly into a risk communicator. What followed happened too quickly for me to process completely. 2 men in suits materialized beside me. One gripped my arm firmly while the other conducted a pat-down, removing my phone and cabin key. The American studied my face with cold calculation. "How did you get down here?" he asked. When I stammered something about following someone out of curiosity, his expression suggested he didn't believe me. "Bring him to observation," he instructed the security men. "Full profile check." I was escorted through the lounge, the other guests studiously avoiding eye contact, and through another door at the far end. Beyond lay a small room containing several workstations with multiple monitors. A woman in business attire glanced up as we entered, then began typing rapidly after receiving instructions I couldn't hear over the pounding of blood in my ears. "James Mercer's brother," she announced after a moment. "Cybersecurity background, potential information risk." The American's expression shifted subtly. "Containment protocol?" She made a phone call, speaking too quietly for me to hear, then nodded. "Approved for limited exposure. Partial NDA package." I was guided to a chair, still firmly in the security man's grip. The American leaned against a desk, studying me with clinical interest. "Since you've come this far, And given your professional background, perhaps you'd appreciate understanding what you've stumbled into. It might help you recognize the importance of discretion. He gestured toward one of the larger monitors. The Orpheus offers exclusive experiences for discerning clients. Some of these experiences are streamed to similarly discerning audiences unable to join us physically. The screen flickered to life, showing a live feed of what appeared to be a medical room. A man was strapped to a table, unmoving but conscious, his eyes wide with terror. Around him moved figures in surgical attire, arranging instruments on metal trays. Tonight's subject is a convicted child trafficker who escaped justice through legal technicalities, the American continued conversationally. Our clients bid for various outcomes and methods. The proceeds, minus our substantial fee, benefit victims' organizations anonymously. I felt the blood drain from my face as understanding dawned. This wasn't just dark web content being streamed from the ship. The ship itself was a floating production studio for real-time torture and execution, disguised as a luxury cruise liner. The unmarked doors, the special key cards, the wealthy men disappearing for hours, it all suddenly made horrific sense. This is, I started, but was cut off. Justice of a sort, the American said smoothly. Every subject has been thoroughly vetted. Murderers, traffickers, rapists who escape conventional justice through wealth or connections. We provide closure for victims and entertainment for those with particular appetites. On the screen, one of the surgical figures approached the restrained man with what looked like a bone saw. A scrolling feed of text at the bottom showed usernames and Bitcoin amounts. Live bids determining what would happen next. I must have shown my horror because the American smiled thinly. Not to your taste. Some prefer our hunting experiences on private islands, or perhaps the fighting pits would interest you more. The dark web merely allows us to monetize the spectacle beyond those physically present. He nodded to the security med. Take him to the viewing room. Let him observe tonight's event in its entirety. He should understand exactly what's at stake before signing his non-disclosure agreements. What followed was the most horrific 3 hours of my life. I was seated in a small theater with about 20 others, all men, all watching intently as a human being was systematically dismantled, according to the whims of invisible bidders. Some viewers occasionally used tablets to place their own bids, seemingly excited when their chosen method was selected. I sat rigid with terror, unable to look away, aware that my reaction was being carefully monitored. Afterward, still numb with shock, I was presented with a stack of documents threatening financial ruin, criminal charges for illegal access, and severe personal consequences should I ever speak of what I'd seen. I signed without reading them fully, desperate to escape that floating hell. For the remaining week of the cruise, I rarely left my cabin, claiming seasickness. Crew members would smile knowingly when they passed me. The American appeared outside my door the night before docking, offering a special discount should I wish to return as a participating client rather than an observer. I've told no one about this until now. The Orpheus continues its luxury cruises, ferrying the ultra-wealthy around the Mediterranean, Caribbean, and South Pacific. Occasionally, I see cryptic advertisements on certain investment forums referencing immersive experiences beyond imagination, and justice served to order, accompanied by astronomical price points and contact methods I recognize as dark web protocols. Sometimes I wonder if James knew. He never asked about my sudden illness on the ship, never questioned why I haven't accepted his subsequent offers of free cruises. He did mention, casually, that Sovereign Seas has an excellent program for passenger privacy and discretion guarantees. Last week, I received a package containing only a matte black card with a QR code and the Orpheus silhouette embossed in gold. The note read, "Your observational status expires in 30 days. Upgrade or disconnect permanently." I've booked a flight to New Zealand departing tomorrow. I've withdrawn my savings in cash. I'm leaving my phone, laptop, and anything traceable behind. But even as I prepare to disappear, I know the truth. There's no real escape from what I've learned. The dark web isn't just some shadowy corner of the internet. It's a reflection of the darkest corners of human desire, given physical form on vessels like the Orpheus, sailing freely through international waters beyond the reach of conventional law. And the truly horrifying part, for every ship I know about, there must be dozens more I don't. Cherry Lane. You never really know your neighbours, do you? I mean, we all have this idea that suburbs are these safe little bubbles where everyone's just living their normal lives behind their normal doors. Mowing lawns on Sundays, having barbecues in summer, that whole picture-perfect thing. That's what I thought about Cherry Lane when I first moved there. Just your average street in a quiet suburb outside Manchester. Decent houses, nice gardens, the occasional kid's bike left on a front lawn. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. I bought my house there about 4 years ago after getting a job at the local university's IT department. Nothing fancy, just network security and maintenance. The kind of job where people only notice you when something stops working. The house was a decent semi-detached. Previous owners had done it up nice enough that I didn't have to worry about major renovations. Perfect for a single guy who'd rather spend his weekends gaming than fixing leaky pipes. The neighbours seemed friendly enough at first. There was this older couple next door who'd bring in my bins when I forgot. A family with teenagers across the street. A few young professionals like me scattered around. Everyone smiled and waved, but kept to themselves for the most part. Perfect for me, since I've never been the block party type. I remember thinking it was weird how quiet the street was at night, even on weekends. Most suburbs have at least some noise. Teenagers hanging out, the occasional party, cars coming and going. But Cherry Lane was different. After about 9 p.m., it was like someone had hit a mute button. No cars driving through, no voices, sometimes not even the sound of a TV through an open window in summer. I just figured I'd gotten lucky. Found a street full of early-to-bed types who respected the peace and quiet. The first thing that struck me as odd, and honestly, I ignored it at the time, was the internet setup. Being an IT guy, I naturally checked out the network infrastructure when I moved in. The whole street had this insanely good fiber connection. Way better than you'd expect for a suburb this far from the city centre. I mean, we're talking enterprise-level speeds. When I asked the installation guy about it, he just shrugged and made a vague comment about the area being part of a special regional upgrade. I didn't question it, just felt lucky to have such good bandwidth for my gaming sessions. It was about 6 months in when I started noticing other strange things, little inconsistencies that didn't quite add up, like how the houses all had these high-end security systems, not just alarms, but proper CCTV, motion sensors, the works. Strange for a neighborhood with practically zero crime. Or how almost everyone had blackout blinds or curtains that were always closed after dark. Or the way certain houses would have visitors only at specific times, never random drop-ins, always scheduled, always the same pattern. Being a bit of a nerd with too much time on my hands, I started keeping track of these patterns. Just out of curiosity, you know. The family across the street, for instance, every Tuesday and Friday, they'd have visitors arrive precisely at 10 p.m. The visitors always parked around the corner, rather than directly outside. They'd stay for exactly 2 hours, then leave. Same routine, week after week. The house 3 doors down had a different schedule. Mondays and Thursdays, visitors between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The older couple next door, Wednesdays, weekends off. It was like watching some bizarre shift rotation at a factory, except this was a residential street. I probably would have just written it off as some weird suburban swinger thing, or maybe a gambling circle, if it hadn't been for what happened with my Wi-Fi. Being in network security, I regularly scan my home network for intrusions or unusual activity, just professional paranoia, I guess. One night, I noticed something strange. Massive data uploads happening at regular intervals, not from my devices, but somehow passing through a hidden node on my network. Someone had piggybacked onto my system, but in a way that was incredibly sophisticated. They weren't just stealing my Wi-Fi. They'd actually created a secondary network that was using my connection as one of multiple routes. It was brilliant, technically speaking, routing data through several houses to mask the origin point, the kind of setup that would take serious expertise and coordination. My professional curiosity got the better of me, and I did something I probably shouldn't have. I set up a packet sniffer to see what kind of data was being transmitted. I expected to find evidence of some boring corporate espionage, or maybe someone running an illegal file-sharing operation. It took me a few days to accept what I was seeing. The houses on Cherry Lane weren't just homes. They were broadcasting studios for the darkest corner of the internet, red rooms, where people would pay to watch unspeakable things happen in real time. Each house had its own schedule, its own specialty, its own audience, and they were all connected through an elaborate network designed to hide the source of the broadcast from anyone investigating. I should have gone to the police immediately. That's what any normal person would have done. But 2 things held me back. First, I technically committed a crime by hacking into this network, and second, I had no actual proof of what was happening inside those houses. I'd seen the data, but not the content. For all I knew, I could have been misinterpreting everything. So I decided to gather more evidence. I set up a hidden camera, pointing out my front window, recording the comings and goings on the street. I kept logs of network activity, noted patterns of when broadcasts seemed to be happening. I even started taking evening walks around the neighborhood, trying to glimpse anything through windows or hear anything that might confirm my suspicions. That was my first mistake, showing interest. In a neighborhood built around secrecy, someone suddenly paying attention stands out like a spotlight in darkness. About 2 weeks into my amateur investigation, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere on Cherry Lane. The neighbors stopped waving or making small talk. Cars I didn't recognize would drive slowly past my house at odd hours. My bins would be searched before collection day, items moved around or taken. Small things that could be explained away but added up to a clear message. I was being watched. Then came the digital warnings. My personal account started showing login attempts from unknown locations. My home security system would report offline status despite being fully functional. Anonymous emails would arrive with no content, except my current location or a photo of me taken earlier that day without my knowledge. I was being hunted by people who knew exactly how to disappear others. The turning point came when I returned home one evening to find my front door unlocked. I knew for certain I'd locked it. I always triple-checked. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but a network scan revealed a new device connected to my Wi-Fi. A small camera hidden in my living room smoke detector. They'd been inside my house, studying me, assessing the threat I posed. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, laptop open in front of me as I frantically compiled all my evidence onto an encrypted drive. The plan was simple. Leave at dawn, drive straight to a police station in another city, hand everything over, and disappear. Whatever was happening on Cherry Lane was bigger than me, more organized than I'd initially thought. As I worked, a notification popped up on my network monitor. Unusual activity on the street's shared infrastructure. Data rates spiking across multiple houses simultaneously, outside their normal broadcasting schedules. This had never happened before. All the houses were active at once, like some coordinated event. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as another notification appeared. Someone was accessing my home network, not from outside, but from one of my own devices. The camera in the smoke detector had been activated remotely. I was being watched right now as I prepared my escape. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It contained only a link, an onion address, accessible only through Tor browsers. Against every instinct screaming at me to ignore it, to grab my keys and run, I clicked the link. It opened to a streaming page with multiple camera views, all showing different angles of my house. My front door, back garden, the street outside, and most terrifyingly, my living room. Me, sitting there with my laptop, watching myself on the screen. In the corner of the page was a countdown timer, 003000, ticking down second by second. Below it, a viewer count rapidly climbing into the hundreds, and a comment section filling with messages in multiple languages. The title of the stream, displayed across the top of the page, turned my blood to ice. It announced a Cherry Lane special event focused on eliminating a security threat, with viewer participation enabled. This wasn't just surveillance, it was entertainment. I had been marked not just for removal, but for broadcast. The quiet, ordinary houses of Cherry Lane had synchronized their operations for a special feature presentation, and I was to be the unwilling star. I slammed my laptop shut, grabbed my car keys and the encrypted drive, and made for the front door. As my hand touched the knob, every light in my house suddenly went out. Not just electric lights. My phone died simultaneously, my smartwatch, everything electronic. An EMP device, professional grade, taking out everything with a circuit in a 10-meter radius. In the perfect darkness, I heard multiple cars pulling up outside, car doors opening and closing with soft, deliberate clicks. Footsteps on gravel, approaching from both directions. The sound of my back door lock being expertly picked. They were efficient, I'll give them that. They knew exactly how to control a situation, how to minimize noise and struggle. I fought anyway, managed to injure at least 2 of them, before something pricked my neck, and the world began to dissolve around me. I woke up in a room I didn't recognize, yet somehow knew intimately from its dimensions and design. One of the broadcasting rooms I'd never seen but had tracked through network data. The encrypted drive was gone. My clothes had been changed. Monitoring equipment had been attached to my chest and head. To capture vital signs for the viewers, I realized with detached horror. A high-end camera sat on a tripod in the corner, its red light glowing steadily. On the wall, a monitor displayed the same streaming page I'd seen earlier, now showing me in this room from multiple angles. The viewer count had reached thousands. The comments section scrolled too fast to read. but I caught disturbing suggestions about starting with fingers and saving the face for last among the less translatable comments. In that moment, I understood the true horror of Cherry Lane. It wasn't just that some neighbors were running red rooms. It was that the entire street was a coordinated operation. Everyone was involved, from the elderly couple who'd helped with my bins to the family with teenagers across the street. The quiet suburb wasn't a collection of independent households who happened to be engaged in similar activities. It was a purpose-built broadcasting facility disguised as a normal neighborhood. They'd created an entire fake community, with each house serving a specific role in both the operation and the maintenance of the facade. Some houses were broadcasting studios, others were for technical support, others for security and surveillance. They'd even planted fake normal residents, like the older couple, to make the street appear more authentic to outsiders and new targets. And I hadn't stumbled into this by accident. My background in IT security, my living alone, my clean record and minimal social connections. I'd been selected, researched, and maneuvered into buying that specific house. They'd wanted someone with technical skills to maintain their network infrastructure, someone who wouldn't be immediately missed if they disappeared. I wasn't their first victim. I was their newest employee, expected to work until I became content. The door opened, and 3 of my neighbors entered, people I'd waved to, made small talk with, believed were just ordinary people living ordinary lives. They wore surgical masks and gloves, and one carried a case that opened to reveal medical tools arranged with meticulous precision. The last thing I remember clearly was one of them adjusting the camera angle while explaining to the viewers that tonight's broadcast would demonstrate the consequences of curiosity, teaching a lesson about why some doors should remain closed and some networks left unexplored. I'm only able to tell this story because I escaped. Not that night, but months later, after I'd been broken, after I'd been forced to participate in what happened in those houses, after I'd learned every technical aspect of their operation. I got out during a power outage caused by a winter storm, the only time their redundant systems all failed simultaneously. I took nothing except knowledge of what happens on streets like Cherry Lane. I live differently now, in a small apartment in a crowded city center. I have no internet connection, no smart devices, nothing that connects to anything else. I change locations every few weeks, pay only in cash, use a different name each time. I write this on paper, transferring it by memory to a public computer that I will never use again. Because Cherry Lane wasn't unique, it was one of many. Their network data revealed connections to similar operations across the country, across Europe, a whole hidden infrastructure of ordinary-looking streets where extraordinary horrors unfold behind drawn curtains. Streets designed to look normal from the outside, while hosting the most profitable form of entertainment for those with the darkest appetites and the deepest pockets. Sometimes, when I walk through residential areas, I find myself studying the houses, looking for the signs I now recognize all too well. The uniformity of security systems, the pattern of visitor arrivals, the quality of the internet infrastructure, the silence after dark. And sometimes I see a street that matches all the criteria, where every house has blackout blinds that close at sunset, where the residents move with the hyper-awareness of people who know they're always on camera, where normal neighborhood randomness has been replaced by choreographed ordinariness. When I find those streets, I keep walking and never look back. Because the most terrifying thing about places like Cherry Lane isn't what happens inside those houses. It's how ordinary they appear from the outside, how effectively they hide in plain sight, And how many of them exist in quiet suburbs just like yours? I remember the rain that night. Not the soft, gentle kind that lulls you to sleep, but the harsh, unrelenting downpour that seems determined to wash away every trace of humanity from the streets. London had been suffering through 3 straight days of this biblical deluge, and I was desperate for a dry place with decent Wi-Fi after my flat's internet had gone down. That's how I found myself pushing through the door of Night Owl, one of those pop-up internet cafes that appear and disappear within months, the kind that exists in that grey area between legitimate business and something else entirely. I should have noticed the warning signs immediately. The blacked-out windows, the lack of other customers despite the weather, the way the attendant barely looked at me as he took my cash. £5 for unlimited time, no ID required, no questions asked. I was a university student back then, working on my dissertation about online communities and digital anthropology. I'd been spending months researching the surface web, but my supervisor had hinted that my work lacked depth, that I needed to explore the darker corners of the internet to truly understand the full spectrum of online behavior. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew what he was sending me into, or if he was just another academic who thought the dark web was merely an interesting theoretical concept rather than the nightmare I was about to experience. The cafe had about 12 stations, each isolated from the others by tall, opaque dividers. Privacy booths, the attendant had called them when I asked. I settled into booth 7, noticing the high-end computer setup. Much better than what you'd typically find in a place charging only £5. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, the keyboard mechanical and responsive. It felt like a setup designed for extended use, not casual browsing. I'd done my homework before venturing into the dark web, downloaded Tor, learned about OPSEC, read countless Reddit threads from people claiming to have explored the hidden services. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being cautious. I remember thinking how silly all those horror stories seemed now that I was actually doing it. Just another internet connection, just another browser, just different websites. Nothing to be afraid of if you were smart about it. The first hour or so was exactly what I expected. Linked directories, forums discussing privacy, some marketplaces selling things that would make your average high street shopper raise an eyebrow, but nothing that shocked me. I took notes diligently, occasionally glancing around the empty cafe, relieved to have the place to myself. The rain continued to batter the windows, creating a white noise that almost made the environment cozy despite the harsh fluorescent lighting. Then, just as I was considering packing up, satisfied with my initial exploration, a message popped up in the corner of the screen. Not an email or a chat window that I'd opened, just text appearing directly on my desktop. The message mentioned something about booth 7, always bringing in curious ones. I felt that initial spike of adrenaline, that primal response telling me something wasn't right, but I rationalized it immediately. The cafe must monitor their systems. The attendant had probably noticed me accessing Tor and was having a laugh. Perhaps this was even some kind of automated message triggered by certain browsing patterns. I ignored it and continued browsing, clicking through to a forum discussing digital anonymity. Another message appeared, saying they'd been watching me and asking if I wanted to see something real, mentioning booth 7 was ready for a player. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things, walked out into the rain, and never looked back. Instead, I found myself typing a response, curiosity overwhelming caution. I simply asked who it was. The response was immediate. Some group called Run the Gauntlet, saying I was on their network and my session had been selected. Before I could respond, my browser closed itself and reopened, displaying a black page with a simple interface. A video player in the center, a chat sidebar on the right, and what looked like a scoreboard on the left showing numbers. The video feed showed an empty room with bare concrete walls, a table, and a single chair. The lighting was harsh, industrial. It looked like a basement, or perhaps an abandoned industrial space. At this point, I tried to close the browser, but nothing happened. I tried Control-Alt-Delete, but the system didn't respond. I reached for the power button on the tower, but it was locked behind some kind of case. I considered simply walking out, but something held me there. Academic curiosity, morbid fascination, or perhaps just the paralysis of fear beginning to take hold. The chat sidebar was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments about a new player in booth 7, an unwitting participant, something about a London node being active, and starting bids at £5,000. Whilst I was still processing what I was seeing, a man entered the frame of the video. He wore a balaclava and spoke directly to the camera in accented English. I couldn't place the accent precisely. Eastern European, perhaps. He explained the situation without emotion, like he was reading a weather report. I was now part of a real-time game, selected because of my browsing patterns and location. Booth 7, he explained, was their London gateway, and tonight I wasn't just an observer, but a participant. The rules were simple and terrifying. A variation of Russian roulette. 6 players, 6 rounds. Each round, players would be randomly selected to face the gun. Those who survived would continue to the next round. Those who didn't, well, the implication was clear, without needing elaboration. The winners would walk away with their lives and a share of the money being bet on them by viewers. I was player 6, he informed me. The other 5 were in similar booths across different locations: Prague, Berlin, Moscow, Kiev, and Manchester. All of us had stumbled into this network unwittingly. All of us were now locked into our stations. He explained calmly that we couldn't leave until the game was complete. The booths were secured, emergency exits monitored. He even knew the police response time to my location, 11 minutes. The game would take 9. To demonstrate the reality of the situation, he pointed the camera toward a wall where 5 screens showed feeds from other booths. I could see the other participants, a young woman with purple hair frantically trying to get someone's attention outside her booth, a middle-aged man sitting perfectly still as if in shock, a teenager who appeared to be crying, and 2 others who seemed to be trying to break out of their stations. I felt my heart rate accelerating, my palms sweating as I realized the full gravity of what was happening. This wasn't some elaborate prank or digital simulation. The terror on those people's faces was unmistakably real. The first round began. The roulette selected player 3, the teenager, and player 5, a man who looked to be in his 30s. On screen, 2 men in balaclavas approached them, each holding what appeared to be real handguns. They placed the guns against the participants' temples. The chat exploded with activity, spectators placing bets, commenting on the participants' reactions, discussing the odds as if this were just another sporting event. I was watching in numb horror, unable to look away, unable to fully process that this was happening in real time. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A hollow click from player 3's gun. Relief washed over his young face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Player 5 wasn't so fortunate. The sound was deafening even through my speakers, a sharp crack that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I won't describe what happened next. I can't. Even now, years later, that image is burned into my memory in a way that no amount of therapy has been able to erase. The man in the balaclava returned to the center of the room, casually informing the survivors that round 2 would begin shortly. 1 down, 4 to go. My odds were improving, he noted, with chilling detachment. I was in full panic mode now, looking around desperately for any way out. The dividers between booths reached almost to the ceiling. The door to my booth had no internal handle. I tried shouting for help, but the booth seemed to be soundproofed. My voice felt muffled, contained, as if the air itself was conspiring to silence me. Round 2 began. The selector chose players 1 and 6. My number. My heart felt like it might explode from my chest. On screen, a man approached my booth, visible now on one of the wall monitors. I hadn't even noticed the camera above my station. He was coming for me, and there was nowhere to run. I heard the cafe door open and close, footsteps approaching. I was frantically looking for anything I could use as a weapon, but the booth was minimalist, just the computer, chair, and a small shelf. The footsteps stopped outside my booth. I could see a shadow beneath the door. I pressed myself against the far corner, as if those few extra inches might somehow save me. The door opened, and a man entered, tall, wearing a black coat, his face concealed by a balaclava, just like in the video. In his hand was what looked like a real pistol. He addressed me quietly as Player 6, London Node, telling me it was my turn. He approached slowly, methodically, the gun hanging loosely at his side. I was begging, pleading, offering money, anything. He didn't respond, his eyes visible through the holes in the balaclava, coldly assessing me. Eventually he spoke, his voice almost gentle. "Just a game," he said. "Someone always loses." I closed my eyes as he pressed the cold metal against my temple. In that moment, everything slowed down. I could hear the rain outside, the soft hum of the computer fan, my own ragged breathing. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me, how I'd become just another missing person statistic. The man counted down. 3, 2, 1. Click. Empty chamber. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful, a physical sensation that made my legs buckle. I slid down the wall to the floor, gasping for air. The man lowered the gun and turned to leave without a word. On screen, Player 1 wasn't as fortunate. Another crack, another life ended for the entertainment of unseen spectators. I won't recount the remaining rounds in detail. Each was a repeat of the same horrific pattern. By some miracle, or perhaps cruel twist of fate, my number didn't come up again. One by one, the other players faced their turns and lost, until only the purple-haired woman and I remained. Final round, the ultimate game. 1 bullet, 2 players. The chat was frenzied now, massive sums being wagered on which of us would walk away. The selector chose Player 6 again. Me. This time, when the door opened, I didn't beg. A strange calm had settled over me, the kind that comes when terror exceeds your capacity to process it. The man raised the gun again. I stared directly into his eyes, refusing to look away, refusing to close my eyes. If this was my end, I would face it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Nothing. Which meant... On screen, I watched as the purple-haired woman's expression shifted from hope to understanding to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The final shot rang out. Game over. The man in my booth lowered his gun. His words were few but clear. I had survived. My session was ending. He left, closing the door behind him. On screen, the host announced me as the winner. The chat exploded with messages, some congratulating, others expressing disappointment, all discussing the event as if it were just entertainment, not the systematic murder of 5 innocent people. The system unlocked. The browser closed itself. The computer returned to its desktop as if nothing had happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to stand on shaking legs and push open the door of the booth. The cafe was empty. The attendant was gone. Even the sign outside had been removed, leaving just a blank storefront. I stumbled out into the rain, which was still falling heavily, now mixing with my tears as I blindly made my way through the streets. I went to the police, of course. They investigated, but found nothing. The building had been rented under a false identity. The computer in booth 7 had been wiped clean, with no evidence of what I'd witnessed. The other locations couldn't be traced. Without evidence, my story sounded like the delusion of a mentally disturbed student who spent too much time researching internet horror stories. I tried to find information about the other victims, searching news reports for missing persons matching their descriptions. There were too many possibilities, too many people who disappear without a trace every day. I'll never know who they were. It's been years now. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was some elaborate hoax or hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I'm online late at night, I catch myself checking my desktop for unexpected messages. And whenever I pass an internet cafe with privacy booths, I walk quickly to the other side of the street, my heart racing at the memory of booth 7 and the game I never agreed to play. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the constant paranoia. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there Run the Gauntlet is still operating, still selecting unwitting participants, still entertaining those who pay to watch. And every time it rains heavily, I wonder who's sitting in booth 7 tonight. So I've never actually told anyone this story before. Not fully anyway. It's been eating away at me for months, and I guess I need to get it out somehow. Just bear with me if I need to pause sometimes. It all started last November. You know how those dark winter nights in Bristol get? I was in this phase where I'd become weirdly obsessed with exploring the dark web. Nothing too crazy at first. Just curiosity, really. We all hear those stories, right? Urban legends about what's supposedly lurking in those hidden corners of the internet. I just wanted to see for myself. God, I was so naive. I'd spend most nights after work just browsing through these forums and marketplaces, telling myself I was just being an internet anthropologist, or some pretentious rubbish like that. The rain would be hammering against my window, and I'd be hunched over my laptop with this weird blue glow on my face, just scrolling and scrolling. I started recognizing usernames after a while, started following specific threads. You know how it goes. You tell yourself you're just looking, but you're getting pulled deeper with every click. There was this one user, Void Watcher they called themselves, who I'd see moderating a bunch of different forums. Seemed knowledgeable, intelligent. After a few weeks of seeing their comments, I stupidly felt like I knew them, like we had some kind of connection. Looking back now, it's so obvious they were grooming me, dropping these little personal details here and there that made me trust them. Classic manipulation, but I couldn't see it then. This one night, God, I remember the rain was absolutely hammering down. Void Watcher messages me directly, says there's this new streaming site that's pushing boundaries, and offers to send me a private link. I hesitated for maybe 5 seconds. There was this, this little voice saying, maybe this isn't such a good idea. But I'd convinced myself I was being careful, using a VPN, keeping anonymous, just observing, not participating. What was the harm in looking? That question, it just haunts me now, What was the harm in looking? The link just led to this bare bones page with a countdown timer. Nothing else, just white text on black. Stream begins 47:16. I remember thinking it was a bit weird, but also kind of intriguing. Void Watcher messaged again saying it was an exclusive first viewing of something completely authentic. When I asked what exactly I'd be watching, they just said, real fear, real consequences, no actors, no scripts. I should have just shut everything down right then, should have deleted my browsers, formatted my hard drive, walked away. Instead, and I'm not proud of this, I made a cup of tea, wrapped myself in this old blanket I had, and just waited. Convinced myself I could always disconnect if things got too intense. When the stream finally started, it was just nothing. An empty van interior, dark grey carpet on the walls, single overhead light, weird camera angle. Nothing happened for like 10 minutes, and I nearly convinced myself it was some art project or someone's idea of a joke. I was literally about to message a Void Watcher when I saw movement. A door opened. Light flooded in for a second, then slammed shut. 2 figures were manhandling this third person who looked completely out of it. There was no sound, which made it even more disturbing. Just this silent struggle as they forced this person into the van and tied them up. My heart was racing. I was sweating. This didn't look fake. The movements were too frantic, too desperate. I should have closed the window, should have reported it. Instead, I just sat there frozen, telling myself it had to be some elaborate roleplay thing, even though deep down I just knew it wasn't. Then the camera angle suddenly changed, getting all jerky and unstable. It took me a minute to understand what I was seeing. They'd attached the camera to the person they'd grabbed. I was seeing everything from their perspective now, all the panicked movements as they struggled against whatever was holding them. That's when it hit me. It was some kind of collar or harness with a camera mounted on it. They'd turned this person into nothing but a walking viewpoint, just an object carrying a camera for people like me to watch through. Text appeared at the bottom indicating viewpoint activation and bidding commencement. A counter showed 19 viewers, then 23, then 31. Another counter was showing what had to be cryptocurrency values just climbing higher and higher. That's when it fully hit me. This wasn't just some illegal content or whatever. This was, God, it's still hard to say it. It was a live stream where people were bidding to control what happened to this person. I was watching someone who'd been reduced to just content. Their terror packaged up for people hiding behind anonymous connections. My hands were just hovering over my keyboard. Should I call the police? But what would I even say? How could I explain without getting myself in trouble? And where was this even happening? Could have been anywhere in the world. The van had nothing distinctive about it. The camera view went wild as they yanked the person to their feet. For just a second, they faced what looked like a mirror in the van, and I caught a glimpse of their face. Young, maybe early 20s, with this crude device strapped around their neck. Their eyes, Christ, their eyes were just terror, pure terror. That split second of eye contact, even through all that technology and distance, it just cut through everything. This was real. This was happening right now to a real person. The bidding counter went crazy as they positioned the victim in the middle of the van. I could only see parts of the other people, gloved hands, dark jacket sleeve, lower half of a face behind a mask. I couldn't look away, couldn't move. By watching, I was part of this. My viewership was being counted. Text flashed across the screen announcing the completion of the first auction. Then these instructions appeared, just cold and clinical, detailing what would happen next based on the winning bid. I won't repeat what was written, what they were planning to do, what they wanted us to see through the eyes of someone who knew they were going to die. That's when the feed suddenly went still. The frantic movement stopped. The victim just froze, and the only movement was their rapid breathing causing tiny vibrations in the image. The silence in my flat was absolute. I hadn't even noticed the rain had stopped. In that awful stillness, I finally snapped out of it and slammed my laptop shut. I was shaking all over. Ran to the bathroom and threw up until there was nothing left. Sat on the bathroom floor for I don't know how long, trying to figure out what to do. Call the police. But what evidence did I have? How would I explain how I found that stream? After about an hour, I convinced myself I had to report it, whatever happened to me. I opened my laptop, ready to take screenshots, gather whatever information I could. But the stream was gone. The link went nowhere. My messages with Void Watcher had disappeared, like none of it had ever happened, except for the images burned into my brain and this crushing weight of having watched without doing anything. For weeks afterwards, I jumped at every notification, changed my locks, covered my webcam, spent nights wondering if someone had noted my presence on that stream, if they'd identified me somehow. But nothing happened. No police, no mysterious figures following me. Just life continuing like nothing had changed, when everything had. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was real or some elaborate hoax, but then I remember those eyes in that brief reflection, that raw fear that no actor could fake, and I know. I haven't been back on the dark web, scrubbed my devices, changed all my habits, but the knowledge is still there, that beneath all our normal internet stuff, there are these places where people become nothing but content, where watching makes you part of it. The scariest part wasn't even what I saw in that van. It was realizing how easily I'd been led there, how quickly curiosity becomes complicity, and knowing that somewhere those streams are still happening. Those vans are still parked somewhere. Those cameras are still being strapped to people who disappear without anyone looking for them in the right places. Because who would know where to look? And who would admit to having seen them there? Sometimes I wake up and for a second, I think I'm wearing that collar, that people are watching through my eyes, waiting to bid. I don't think I'll ever feel truly alone again. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games, My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize. Not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare-bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens, but I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, but that night he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looks staged, you know? Too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people pay to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni. And now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along.